Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the special meeting for the Nantucket Planning Board to discuss recommendations for warrant articles for the special town meeting. This meeting is being audio and video recorded. All votes will be conducted via roll call vote. Attendees via Zoom must use their real name for accurate minutes. The chair will recognize participants when to speak. In-person participants will be chosen first, and then Zoom attendees. Mute yourself when not speaking, please. A few more things, just some basic ground rules before we start the meeting. The proponent of the warrant article will get 5 minutes. Please stay close to the mic after you've done your introduction, just to answer questions. After that, the board members can ask questions and share thoughts. Then we'll go to the public. Each member of the public will get 3 minutes. Please don't repeat yourself. You'll get 1 shot per warrant article, so there's no second chance to speak. Please be succinct and sensible. Please don't cite anecdotal data or conspiracy theories. This is not a platform for grievances. Please refrain from inflammatory statements, such as gutting residential zoning or mini hotels. Most of us have been doing this for about 4 years now. We have heard it all. We appreciate it, not that it's not real, but really we're focused on the merits of each individual article. That said, I'd also like to send best wishes out to Steve Cohen and his family and wish him a speedy recovery. From there, let's move on to the agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion made by, I'm sorry, I need to take a roll call of who's here.
Yep.
So we'll back up. Board members, Joe Topham.
Here.
Nat Lowell.
Here.
Barry Rector.
Here.
Welcome back, Barry. John Kitchener.
Thank you.
Alternate Stephen Welch.
Here.
Abby DiMolina.
Here.
Howard Motz. Here. Staff members, Leslie Snell.
Here.
Megan Trudell.
Here.
Billy Sod.
Here.
Catherine Insero.
Here.
Did I miss anybody? No. All right, great. Back to the motion at hand. Motion made by Joe, seconded by John. Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. We're lucky enough to have Town Moderator Sarah Alger here today. And she's going to give us a brief overview of what can be changed, what's in the scope of change and what is not on a warrant article.
Sure. Thank you for having me. This is part of my little road show that I'm trying to do prior to this fall's town meeting so that people aren't potentially confused with the process. So I think you know, the select board sets the agenda. The agenda is the warrant. But the meeting is the voters' meeting. Town meeting is the legislative branch of our town government. So the voters are the legislators and they are the people in charge of the meeting. My role is to facilitate the discussion, make sure that the rules of order are followed. We follow town meeting time and not Robert's rules. It's a little bit more user-friendly, and to determine if things are within the scope of an article. So what is scope? Scope is the fact that the motion that's made, so I guess I should back up. We have a policy of acting on positive motions. So the warrant articles are kind of the big idea. The warrant articles tell you what's going to be discussed. And then under each article, we have a motion. And the motion can either parrot the article, or it can kind of go off on its own and be quite different from what the article is, as long as what's in the motion relates to what was in the article, and that someone sitting at home could read that article and reasonably anticipate the subject of the motion. So if you, for zoning purposes, say we're going to rezone 10, 11, and 12 Main Street, it's okay to have a motion that just rezones 10 and 11, but it's not okay to have a motion that rezones 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's a scope issue. If you say you're going to spend $1 million for something, it's okay to have a motion that's $800,000, but it's not okay to have a motion that's $1.2 million. Those are easy. The decisions get harder when the language is more nuanced, but that's the basic principle, is can the person who's sitting at home, who chose not to come to the meeting because they read the warrant and said, oh, they're rezoning this property or they're doing this or that, I don't care about that, would be okay? Or would they be going, whoa, 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 wait a minute, nobody mentioned doing that. So that's what scope is. And that's probably the hardest part of my whole job, is figuring out if things are within the scope. So people put in articles. For zoning articles, this board comes up with a motion, and the motions can be positive motions, that it would adopt some form of legislation under that article, or they can be more neutral or negative, not to adopt or to refer to a committee or to pass over. Now, generally speaking, you get a warrant article, you have public hearings like you're having tonight, and then you form your motions, and those motions are what are published in the warrant. How can those things be amended? Well, there's probably essentially 3 categories. The first is you put your motion together and it's published in the warrant, and 2 weeks later you look at the warrant and go, oh my goodness, we left out a word, or it's garbled or something. Those fall under the sort of technical amendments, and you can meet at any time as a board between now and the meeting and make changes to your motion, as long as you do it with proper notice in accordance with the open meeting law, obviously. And we read those amendments into the record at the beginning of the meeting. And they're usually fairly simple. Where they get complicated is if you don't have time to fully vet a concept and you provide a motion that says, motion to be provided at town meeting, which happens, it happens. And we have to kind of deal with that. The difficulty with that is if a motion is being produced at town meeting, it means that all the people who are voting haven't seen it. So to the extent that those can be done in advance, there can be a handout that people can read, that's helpful. Because the other ways that things get amended is there's a motion in the warrant and that's what's made. Generally, if it's a positive motion on a planning board motion, I would recognize you, Dave, as chair for the purpose of making the motion. You hopefully would have someone set up to say second. And then we're kind of off to the races. Well, if somebody in the audience thinks, oh, they didn't anticipate this properly, or I'm just realizing now that this doesn't really work, or maybe we should add this word, that can be done as a so-called friendly amendment where we don't actually vote on it, but where you as the motion maker say, yes, I accept that motion, that change to my motion. I incorporate that as a friendly amendment into my motion. That's one way. And the other way is for someone to stand up and make either a very, very substantive amendment or something less substantive by way of a motion. If they do that, it's helpful to get those things in writing in advance. I can't require, I request that. I request that of all people making amendments to motions or changes to motions, but I can't say that somebody can't make an amendment or can't bring something forth at the meeting, because the purpose of the meeting, I mean, who is it that said making legislation is like making sausage? It's delicious to eat, but you wouldn't want to see it being made. It is a messy thing. So the point is for people to get together in a room, someone tells you what their idea was, somebody else tells you why that idea isn't a great idea and why you shouldn't adopt it. You have a discussion, and out of that, someone might go, oh, wait a minute, this fixes it, this whatever, this amendment. So we have to have the flexibility to allow stuff like that to happen. Where it gets particularly difficult is the longer the amendment, the less likely it is that it's going to get adopted. Simply because we're all human beings, and who's sitting in the auditorium can read on that screen a long amendment, assimilate it, figure out what impact it's going to have, and then agree to vote for it. It's just, it's a hard ask. So the technical amendment, easy, read them in at the beginning, people write them down, we try to go slow enough to let that happen, fine. The friendly amendment, a word or two, we adopt those. The larger amendments, those we have to actually have a discussion on. I can only have 2 amendments going at the same time, so if you make an amendment and then someone amends your amendment, that's as far as we can go. We have to act on those. And it's kind of like branches on a tree. You know, if you think of the main motion being the trunk, and then these other, oh, I don't know why this is happening. Sorry. It's like the bat phone. Ridiculous. So, yeah, so you go out on a branch with an amendment, then you go out on another branch with a second amendment. You've got to work your way back to the trunk before you can make your final vote. Where I think people may get confused is just the fact that we're voting on motions and not on articles. So that first motion, the main motion, is the motion that's printed in the warrant, theoretically. And then the other motions, the subsidiary motions, are the amendments. And then, of course, you have people calling the question and referring to committee and all those other things. But that's kind of the process. In terms of who gets to speak and when, well, that's always hard. So we call the articles, and there's somebody who calls it, and then there's the person who sponsored the article. So if there's an article that the planning board sponsored, you make the motion, I would go to you to have the 5-minute introduction. If you choose not to do that, then I would either go to someone else who wanted to make the 5-minute introduction, or if there's no one who wants to do that, which I think can be a mistake, by the way. I think it's a mistake to let the person who called it, who's opposed to it, have the first word. Just my observation on how these things work. But if nobody wants to kind of stand up and say, this is my article and this is why I think it should be passed, then I go to the person who called it. And generally speaking, I try to give both sides 5 minutes. So if the person is not in favor, I would give them 5 minutes the same way I would give the sponsor 5 minutes. Everyone else after that is supposed to be limited to 2 minutes. I will admit that I tend to let people go over that. I'm going to try not to do that quite so much, but I feel like people come, it's important to them, they have something to say. And particularly if they're reading from something and it seems like they're wrapping up, I try to let them do that. After that, it should be 1 minute. And that's kind of it. I don't know if you have questions or if there was something I was specifically.
No, board members, any questions for Sarah? No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
I think it was helpful.
I'm around if you ever need anything, let me know.
Much appreciated. No, not for Sarah, I'm sorry. All righty. Okay, we are going to move on to Article 8. which is the bylaw amendment extension for existing demolition delay bylaw. Mary Bergman, I think, is the proponent.
I am. Hi, thank you, Mary Bergman. Let me just look at my notes. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for your time today, for meeting to talk about the articles, and thank you for putting this one first. I appreciate, I understand the other articles are very important too, but I'm grateful to be able to watch this from home the rest of the night. So I did want to just make one correction to what I see in your packet underneath Article 8. It is true that the intent of this article is to extend the deadline for an interested party to move a structure that has reuse potential from 60 days to 180 days. It is not true that the response time would be extended from 30 days to 180 days. That response time would remain 30 days. So a little bit about this bylaw. The existing bylaw was sponsored by former planning board member Mark Beal back in 1997. And the intent of the bylaw is to create a length of time so that people who would like to move structures that have reuse potential, usually homes, sometimes sheds, garages, and things like that, that have been approved for demolition by the Historic District Commission, to give them a window of time to move it. Right now, the structures are advertised for 30 days in the INM, and then if there's an interested party who'd like to move a building, they write in, and then from that point, they have an additional 30 days to move the building. There's a total, from the date that the ticking clock, that 60 days begins when somebody puts in an ad in the Enquirer and Mirror. So for example, there was a building that was advertised to be moved on July 11th. And so that in last week's paper. And that 60 days will be up on September 9th. There is a moratorium on moving buildings on Nantucket between June 15th and September 15th, unless that building can be off the road by 10 a.m. or after 6 p.m. I talked to Erica Mooney, and I know she's on the line as well, about how all of that works. And she mentioned that the utility companies don't show up until 8 a.m., so you've really got a 2-hour window. That's how that house out on Surfside was able to be moved back at the end of June or beginning of July. And that the utility companies require a minimum of 45 days for an engineering review before a house move can be scheduled to notify abutters of any moves. I talked to Ann Kuspa at Housing Nantucket, and she said that at Housing Nantucket, it's taken them generally 12 to 18 months to move a house. So, the goal of this is not to be an impediment to progress, but rather to help people who are interested in moving houses. And I have a number of friends who have moved or want to move a house. 6 months seems to be about the minimum that it has taken people to do it. In Massachusetts, Nantucket's demolition delay law is unique because it is not specific to historic structures, but again, is about creating or retaining year-round housing stock and reducing the amount of waste that's produced from demolition debris. So I would, let me just see. Like I say, I think that delay of 60 days, 2 months is really not enough time, especially considering that we have a whole period of time where you're effectively not allowed to move a house. Again, that 30 days, not interested particularly in changing that advertising window, as I think we want to make, if nobody wants a structure or if it's not in good enough shape, somebody shouldn't be made to retain it. But the goal is if somebody has a real serious interest and they step up and they say, I'd like to be able to move this, to give them enough time to do it. So the other towns that have demolition delays, kind of the minimum that we see throughout the state is 6 months to a year. Nantucket's one of 12 towns that has a demolition delay of fewer than 6 months. I think that it seems like a reasonable amount of time to be able to get it done. So that's that. The Historic District Commission heard this on Friday, and 6 of the 8 commissioners were in favor, I would say, of the bylaw as written, and the Nantucket Historical Commission also weighed in. I think that Holly emailed about that. So I'm here if you have any questions, but that's kind of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Board members, questions for Mary?
No, just
Observations?
just a comment, Mr. Chair.
We both said one. I'm sorry, John?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
It's such a common sense thing to do. We all know how difficult anything is here around logistics and supply chain and all that. So, no, I think it's a really common sense thing, and I wish you well with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would definitely, I didn't say it because I don't know. I'm never nervous speaking in public until I'm at this mic. But I would really like the planning board's support of this article. Thank you.
Don't be nervous with us. Any, Mary or Abby?
Want to take a bite?
Oh, Abby's gonna, no.
Hi. I just had a quick comment. Mary did a great job, and I actually heard this before at our previous NHC meeting. I think the only thing that sometimes made people nervous was the whole 6 months, but understanding it's just up to 6 months, and obviously if you can agree to do it in less time, then clearly it can be done in less. So I just thought that was something that, made a lot of sense, and as John, pointed out, it's pretty common sense. So obviously the NHC was also supportive as well. So just wanted to add that.
Great, thanks, Abby. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mary. I love your intent. I know what you're trying to do. I'm just wondering a way if this kind of putting the horse in front of the cart again. And I'm wondering if there's a way, like we have the lease for locals program, there's a way the PIN is starting something, housing for locals. And so the one thing I find out is when I advertise and I'm coming to the HDC, there's a process, and that process can be a minimum of 6 months to a year, 14 months. So it really kind of depends. But what I find out is that most people, when they want a building, it's, hey, do you have a site plan? Have you talked to a surveyor? And I'm wondering if there's a way for you to link up with these people. And, I know they were all saying, go to Paul Murphy and go talk to him. But I find my office is doing that. My office is doing all the research, doing all, sometimes pro bono, just trying to help someone. And most times I find out is they either don't have the ground cover, don't have the septic capacity, whatever it is. And I just feel like if you got to that level, then, well, what happens then? And I feel like that delay would kind of extend out a little bit further. The other part is, I saw it was only residential, and I was kind of surprised that commercial's not in there, because I'm gonna say that town building, eventually they're gonna be moving out here. And not that anyone wants, I think, turn into housing or something, but say if that was just as experiment, an example, what would happen to that? Could that be saved? It could be salvaged, could be converted. I feel like there's something, don't really, there's something specific, but I feel like there's something that could be lost in that. And the other part was, someone told me that there was a comment made that you could go to the building inspector directly and have them approve the demolition of the building. And I generally go get my structural engineer. We do a walkthrough, we do an investigation. And I feel like if Paul wrote that letter before the HCC had approval, I hate to say it, but this room would be with a fury of people. So whoever said that, I think that it should always come to the HCC. It's their purview. I don't think it's an easy thing to do, but that is the ownership. That's why we run, that's why we're elected. I really think that's something important. But the other part is, I think that you mentioned the other night at the HCC, is that process from the time you start to the time you get a building permit is, what did you say, 140 days, Steve? It's a long time. So I just want to see if there's a list that people could be made. And, we automatically email you, we email the building inspector, the Inky, and then I think the advertisement should run the entire time that you're in the HCC, or even the time that you're in the building department. I don't think a client is going to care about, $500 monthly advertisement, as long as it saves a house, they're able to move on, get what their wish list is. I think there's a lot of ways that you can do this, and so I like what you're doing, but right now I'm just kind of having a hard time. I think there's some parts and picks between that, and sorry, I wasn't able to attend the meeting, I was traveling, but I would love to sit down and help you out in some way, shape, or form, or kind of go further with this, but I know Stephen has got some comments, so thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Stephen Welch. Thanks, Mary. I thought you did a great job tonight. You did a great job at HDC too. HDC, there was much of the discussion revolved around encouraging practical reuse. I'm just going for my notes here. Fair to say there was unanimous sentiment on that topic. The topic of reuse of construction materials versus preservation of historically significant structures was identified as a separate and distinct matter. There were various concerns that were brought up, some of which related to purview of the HDC weighing in on a matter outside its purview that could kind of taint or create issues on an appeal. What I'm referring to is our sitting down and having a formal vote on the matter, which I think Mary was generally supportive. The other was in Chatham, demolition delay without other. So what happens in a lot of these municipalities, there's 150 municipalities across Massachusetts, actually more at this point, who have demolition delay. They typically are measured in periods of months and not days. And that's based upon the fact that they don't have an historic district commission, or they have an historic district commission and it oversees a very small number of structures within their municipality. Unlike Nantucket, that has the luxury of a historic district commission who oversees move off and demo of all structures on the island. So I think that's important, relevant information with respect to the timeline. Concept was brought up that the unintended consequences is that idle structures would be forced into play. Examples were kind of like they have a bullseye painted on them. Examples were Gold Star Drive and Hooper Farm, where these structures they are literally idle. There's no current potential high pressure, unlike other areas of the island, for development. But if, as in Chatham was the experience of the person who commented, those properties, in order to be more transferable and more sellable, become, they get jump-started into the process, much like pools were before a moratorium, or building permits were before a moratorium. And the results of those types of moratoriums are unintended consequences, much as we saw in the Essex Road area, where a lot of construction was condensed in a short period of time because the building permit expires. And instead of, a couple other ones I'm not going to get into in the interest of time. I think most importantly for me at this point is this article doesn't address an issue. I have a kind of unique ability, given my roles with the community, to see where things fall between the cracks. And what I'm not seeing is an opportunity to address the real need of people who come before the HDC, which is that the move-on applicants need assistance and a quicker post-approval process. And what I mean by assistance is they don't have enough time, as I understand the article, after the notification period. I believe it stays at 30 days for an interested party to move the structure, 60 days, and to extend the response time to the public notice remains at 30 days. To me, if there's going to be a weighting, WEIGHT, there should be an increase in the amount of time for people to respond and then put into effect a solution, the solution being HDC approval and a move off. The HDC has discussed this. One of the things HDC could do, I don't want to bog you guys down, but I think it's important you have a full picture of it, is to require applicants for move offs provide complete package sets so that the applicant for a move on is ready to turn that around immediately without having to go out and find resources. Very often what you will find is that the move on applicant is not necessarily as well equipped, we shall say, to rush out, hire an architect and have them perform a set of drawings, site plans, zoning analysis, not necessarily in that order, in order to determine the relevancy of a particular property, whether it will work, and then to get it in front of the HTC. So if we can extend the amount of time a move-on applicant has, if the HTC can help by doing its part, by having move-off applicants provide more relevant information that the move-on applicant can use, those would be very helpful. And then the next part is post-approval processing, where, well, I should say pre-approval and post-approval processing. And that has to do with fast-tracking move-on applications, and also fast-tracking the, once a move-on is approved, having it actually go through the process through filing with the town clerk so it can actually be moved before the deadline expires, because then they lose the opportunity for the house they've spent all this time and money on. That's HDC stuff that's related. I think there are structural issues for our community to address if possible, if reuse is to be widespread. Many homes approved for move-off are too large to move as they are, for example, as a general matter, a home wider than 20 feet and sometimes smaller almost always required to be cut up to be moved, which requires various shoring and other procedures and house reassembly, which are cost prohibitive. Matters of size aside, a not insignificant number of potential move-off structures are located off the beaten path, as many of our desirable locations on Nantucket are, and are too difficult to move through winding roads and other impediments. A delay period isn't going to address those. Extending the 60-day notice period in the newspaper to 100 days isn't going to address either of those. I think I think is an important consideration, which is deconstruction resources, including labor, warehousing, cataloging, and others. These are the legs of the stool for reuse to stand on. They are literally the cart. Somebody mentioned putting the horse before the cart. Those are the cart, without which the process of reuse and the potential for reuse are at best as catch can. Nantucket Preservation Trust commissioned a study, interestingly enough, titled Nantucket Building Material Salvage Study, which was very well done and provides useful information and concepts for a locally successful reuse program. So in closing on this, because I think I'm past my 3-minute limit, is unfortunately doubling the extension of the demolition delay period does not accomplish the goals. What would be very helpful is to build support and to engage a reuse program, to adjust the timing period so that move-on applicants have a little bit more time under the zoning bylaw. And which I didn't get into, but I think is relevant, is that any changes made at town meeting, if any, on this 13926 need to be resolved into and have the town code, chapter 124.7, I think it's Article 5, which is currently titled Signs, Satellite Dishes, and Roof Lines, to include an important element within it, which is part of the body of Article 5, which is certificates of appropriateness, which address very similar matters. And the reason that needs to be done is Article 5 also addresses matters relevant to the HDC Act. And if these aren't consistent, we're basically going to be creating a logjam for people who would like to move off a structure, who may even decide to donate money in the move on because it's for workforce or other housing, but they're going to be tied up between zoning and town code and HDC regulations that aren't in parity. So those are, I think, all legitimate and valid concerns. And I did offer Mary, if she's interested, anytime she needs, offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Can I respond to
Of
any
course
of
you can,
those?
Mary.
Thanks. Couple of things I want to point out. One is that Chatham's demolition delay is 18 months, and that Chatham keeps being mentioned. We're not talking about 540 days. Many of the things that were brought up by the previous speaker can be enacted by the HDC right now without this bylaw. So I would just ask that you consider this bylaw, not what should the staff be doing. I mean, yes, NPT is and has been working, working with the building, Builders Association to explore deconstruction as an alternative to demolition, material salvage. Those are topics that we are looking at. We're working with Remain Nantucket. We're talking to builders who are interested in learning how to be trained in deconstruction techniques. This is not going to save every single house from demolition, but I think you're looking at what houses could be moved, what houses could fit, can be cut in two, can be put back together, are not down roads that no one can get to. So there are, talk about multiple legs on a stool. We are looking at other alternatives here. We're talking with the Current about, their advertising structures more. I did talk to, when I spoke to the town council about, well, hey, it's only just these text-based ads in the back of the I&M. I was told not to pursue trying to change the bylaw to advertise in other, this was the paper of record, so that was what we were going to use. Nantucket Preservation Trust is looking at how can we work with Housing Nantucket and other entities to do just that, to drive more traffic, to make people more aware the structures are available to be moved. I don't know if people who are advertising structures want them necessarily, because then they'll get held up. But so things like how can we improve the process within the HDC? I feel like that is a side discussion. The HDC is in charge of what they do, and they can change the application requirements for a move on, move off. It seems a little bit out of the realm of the planning board. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Alrighty, no other board members? Okay, we're gonna open this up to the public now. I see, yes. Thank you. Erica?
Billy, are you manning this?
Yes, I can. Erica, you are muted. There you go.
Welcome,
Sorry,
Erica.
I wasn't expecting to be brought in as a panelist. I thought I was just going to be an attendee, so it just took a minute to switch over. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Erica Mooney. I am the operations administrator for the town of Nantucket, and I'm the one that deals with house moves every day. And I am speaking in support of Article 8. I think that the current bylaw sets up unrealistic expectations to property owners and to the people that are hoping to get a house to get moved. 60 days is not enough time. In addition to having to get to the HTC and get approval there and getting your building permit, you also need to hire a hauler, get bids. I mean, it's not cheap. The utility companies require a minimum of 45 days to do their engineering review the proposed routes, to do a butter notification to make sure that any outages are addressed. So when you're condensing everything into 60 days, and please take it from me, it is a difficult process. And people, I think, really do need more time. I told somebody no this year, and they were like, the house is going to go to the dump. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but I can't let the house move in the middle of the summer, which is when they wanted to do it, because that was what the time frame was, because there was no way they were going to get off the road by 10 o'clock doing a cross island move. I do want to note that the select board is in favor of recycling houses. Housing is their #1 goal. We have talked about recycled house moves and how to deal with over the roads. And it's been fairly unanimous that they want people to be able to continue to do this. I do like Joe's comment about working with property owners to get a property, like if somebody's interested in getting a house, getting it ready, educate them about getting a survey, understanding ground cover, what your septic or sewer needs are, what your water is, but that doesn't need to be tied to this article. That is something separate through an educational method.
Stephen was talking about, addressing hard to reach locations isn't going to be addressed by giving more time. I disagree with that. We've had to be creative with a couple of these moves, and we've had to change routes. And it's not easy, but it's been done and it can be done. You just need to have a, understanding of where these houses can go. So again, I am speaking in support of this. I hope you support this article. I don't think it's going to have any real unanticipated consequences, with the exception of maybe a property owner being a little bit behind than what they thought. But I mean, if they're going to build something on Nantucket, that's going to be the price of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Any other members of the public?
Can I just reply to Erica?
Yes, sir.
Erica, do you mind if I ask you a question? Or ask for some help? So the most biggest hiccup that I found in trying moving a house is the wires. And I feel like we must have taken down wires 100 times at key intersections or roadways, whether you're coming from Milestone Road onto Old South Road, there's just always a big hiccup. And so I kind of wish the amount of money that has been spent by electric company, Verizon, Comcast, et cetera, like, why do we not have something where we just put everything underground? That would, I think, would alleviate, Verizon's going to say automatically, I need 60 days to come up with design, and they'll stall the process. And that is the biggest hurdle that I find is the delay, is not getting everyone organized, but it's just trying to get around. And so you're right, we have been very creative on getting something from A to B. The town has been very good about, I had a project on Lincoln Circle, and they were able to get it out to Hummock Pond Road. And I want to say that the town, everyone moved, and it was 30 days that I think I got it. It was under, I think it was like 15 feet wide or something, but it went to a local family. They're living in it currently. But I just feel like there's some things that are being a problem that is causing that delay. And I know you're seeing a lot of it, but I wonder if there's some way to kind of set up a program so we can have, more houses being moved, because I think that's what we all want. We want it to be saved. Going back to the other thing, I think if Housing Nantucket is looking at their properties, then they should say, hey, I need this by that. And whether it goes to Pan or Paul Murphy, then it's in a category, and automatically these people get an email. So I just feel like there's some way that we can get this without hamstringing something for 180 days after a permit. I just feel like if it happens, or if it can't work out or something like that, then I feel like that this trigger should be able to go away, because otherwise something's just going to be stalled. And I mean, if we try everything and it doesn't work, or a builder gets in there finally and vets it out and it says, can't be moved. I've had a house go from Dead Horse Valley over to Maury Lane, and got there, and the builder, there was nothing he could say. By the time it got there, it was all ready to fall apart. So, and everything was braced up, but we basically had to go back to the HCC and ask for a knockdown, which was sad. But I just feel like there's a lot of things in place that we can do, the town could do, the HCC can do, like, everyone needs to be working on this. So I just think, I know I'm probably getting off topic or a little bit broad, but I think that while we're having this discussion, everyone should be involved in this and see if there's some system that it can work and make your life a little bit easier, because I know you're dealing with a lot of these moves and it's problematic, or a pain, or someone's not done by 9 o'clock at night, and it's just, or something is stalled and it has to wait till the following day. I mean, I think there's a lot of hiccups that we can, as a town, can help kind of clear out and help move and save more houses. And I think that's what we're all trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else from the public before we close the public portion of this?
Hi, Campbell Sutton. So in listening to the discussions here, there seems to be several tracks going on, which has been pointed out. But it sort of sounds to me like you're looking for like a loan pre-approval, right? So that when someone's coming, or something similar to the town's talent thingy, talent group or
Thank-
whatever, application process. So it seems like there are things already in place that could be utilized so that potential purchasers would get the education during a pre-approval process, did have an idea of their square footage, all the little things you're talking about would all sort of come up under their application. And then when their application comes in, as Joe was saying, that could be compared against the list of applicants to see who's got the square footage that would cover that. Anyway, I just wanted to pipe up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't think us giving a positive recommendation for this would stop the discussion there. I think that it would motivate people to streamline the process. And whether that's through, a pool of applicants that know what the property have, what they can fit, what works for them. So, I mean, I appreciate the intent of this article. I understand the position of some of my fellow board members that, it's gonna stall the process, but I think that what it will do is create a situation where people will be more motivated to have a better streamlined process, and in return, we'll save more houses and we'll get them moved actually quicker, even though there's a longer waiting period. So, there's no one else out in the public.
I still have my hand raised.
Oh, I didn't see you, sorry.
That's okay.
I'll come back.
Thanks, sorry. Erica Mooney again. I don't mean to go back and forth, but I just wanted to note one thing. There used to be certain intersections that we would route houses through that are no longer available because of some of the work that the utilities have done, like running fiber optic cables very low, which no longer allows room for buildings to go. We used to have house moves come down Bartlett Road onto Surfside. That is no longer an option. They have to come down Vesper Lane in front of the school and the hospital. Milestone Road, we just found out with a move that was recently done, you can't go through there anymore either. If it's a certain height, because of the L8 project where they put a feeder line really low. And so nothing over 21 feet can go through the Milestone Rotary anymore. So I think undergrounding utilities, I think everyone is in favor of that, but I think that's not going to happen in our lifetime. The town does not have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on undergrounding utilities when we have other infrastructure improvement programs that need to be put in place first. So, good ideas, but not really doable. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Leslie.
Just have a couple of comments on the article. First of all, we've had Plus since 2012. I haven't heard a lot of complaints where people can't get the move because the owner's forcing a demo. So I'm just concerned about the 30 days going all the way up to 180. That's a big jump. But if you all are thinking about making a positive motion, I have a couple of suggested changes. So I don't know if you want to go through those or not go through those right now. Okay, so in section A, the new highlighted language says no building or structure shall be used, erected, it goes on and on, without a COA being issued by the HDC. Well, the HDC doesn't issue COAs for use of structures, so that would need to be deleted. So it's pretty technical. Then over on page 19 of your warrant, I don't know if you want paper copies or not. I would just suggest in section 5, it says the public notice shall take place only after the building commissioner's review and the issuance of the certificate of appropriateness. I mean, those two can sort of go hand in hand, or I don't know that the building commissioner's review needs to be inserted in that section. And then my last comment in B over on page 20, highlighted language, a certified copy of the COA. I'm not sure what a certified copy is. That's either a signed COA or it's not. So I would recommend deleting that language, the new proposed language.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you. Erica, is your hand still up, or is that an errant hand?
Can you hear me?
I can.
And just to know, a certified copy is a copy that's been certified by the town clerk's office. That's what needs to get included in like an HDC appeal. It has to be received by the town clerk and certified. So that's what that is. And I'm in favor of keeping that language.
Okay. Thank you, Erica. It's a pleasure of the board here. Entertain a motion.
May I? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the most important thing for me is this concept, whether sitting on the HDC or not, is that there be sufficient time for an applicant for a move on to have time to go through the process. And that is not something that time period is codified outside of the HDC regulations. It's a matter of the time period that an applicant, that an interested party has within the current zoning bylaw, 13629. There's a period of time within which the owner can, if the move-on applicant is not successful, the structure can be demolished. It puts a lot of pressure on the move-on applicant. There are certainly instances over time where the HDC has found that those structures, people have not been able to accomplish the goal in a timely fashion. So we are, as a result of not addressing that in this article, actually keeping in place the circumstances which create reuse not being fully utilized or optimized. So I think it's important to reiterate that. The other item is I would support the concept of prior to the building permit for a demolition or a move off, that a certification that the certificate of appropriateness has been filed with the town clerk would be part of the application. It would solve a lot of problems that have come up in the recent past, and I think it'd be beneficial for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Entertain a motion to close the public.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by John. Joe.
Aye.
John. Aye. Nat.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As for the merits.
I still have a problem just the way it's written. I understand what Mary's trying to do, and I would love to help her, but I just think there's so many things in place now to already have that vetting process going through. I'm fine with getting the ACC application certified. I don't have a problem with that. I honestly I've got an application now for a demolition, and it's in there for the last 3.5 months. So I just feel like by the time I get an HCC approval and all that, I'm gonna be at least 180 days out. So I just feel like there's the process of the HCC and allowing certain things to happen has already allowed that to happen. So that's why I'm saying if we can kind of front load it, we can kind of get everything in front of it, then everything kind of moves forward. I also have to feel that I've had clients come forward and we get right, to being ready to move a house, and then they either pull out or whatever. And I just feel like there's such an ownership going on of it, like there's too many parts just not quantified right now. And I feel like part of it's the HCC, part of it's us, part of it's town, part of it's electrical companies. I just feel like we're kind of blaming everything, but nothing's really working well. And Erica just hinted 4 new problems that the town with the wiring. So I just have a problem with like waiting another 180 days and then finding out nothing's gonna happen. But I do think if there's a house to be saved, I think that most clients of mine would want to see it saved, or certain pieces taken out and salvaged and brought back in the house. And that's one thing, in one of the demolitions, we're going to take out all the old floorboards and everything and bring it back in and bring them some way and back into the house. So I think there's a lot of different ways and to kind of work at this, but it depends, one, on your client and what budget and all these other parts. And I just think that this is going to delay something, and it may not help anything. I think it's already, people are struggling and fighting to save what they can save and when they can. And so I don't think this is really going to get anything. And then goes back to having people go on a job site, and then there's insurance, like, so I can go on and on this, but I just, right now, with the way this is written, I can't get behind it. But I like the discussion. So.
Mr. Chair, a slightly different view. I think the way it's written is simple, and I think it says to go in this form we can be successful. We can always come back to all these other more complex issues, but. So
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chair, John's microphone is not on.
it is now, but do I need to repeat it all? Or- No. So I think it's simple, and we should give it a positive motion.
Natterberry?
Just, yeah, Mr. Chairman, are you there? Sorry, I didn't put my hand up.
Go ahead, Nat.
No, just, when people are passionate and that involved in this stuff, I really feel, I feel like they deserve some leeway in all the work effort they've made. So I just kind of want to ask, because this is a little out of my league, but I understand what they're doing, and I understand all this wire stuff. Too bad the wires can't be higher. We see high wires all over the place when you're off island, but that's another Nantucket issue. Joe, through Dave, what in this article could be tweaked to make it work for you or for people that are doing this?
Well, I think it goes back to the start of-
120? Is it 120? Is it?
No, I think Dave, I think running the whole, right from the get-go, right when you get to the ACC submission, start all this process, the vetting it all out, getting it going, and then that delay, and then, like I said, we're gonna be, you mentioned the other night at the ACC, that we're gonna be at 140 days, and I guarantee you that if you, had someone interested, you're gonna wanna save it. And so, the first thing we do is we get someone over there. So that's why I'm saying the moment it's advertised, if it's advertised, say you're in the ACC for a minimum of 180 days, and then if that's vetted out and no one comes forward, well, then why is this trigger in place? That's what's really gonna happen. But I think if someone wants to move the house, then I think that, as me as an agent, I would come running back to the ACC and say, I have someone, can you guys put this, it's not consentable, but before the consent agendas or something. So I think we all kind of need to work together. That was my whole point, Matt, is that we all want to do this, but I don't see this really saving anything. And that's why I'm saying start it at the beginning of the HCC process and run it the entirety of the HCC process right up until we get a building permit. So, I think if something's there, then that will come to fruition, hopefully.
So what you're saying, again, what you're saying is the clock starts ticking kind of when the process starts, because it's such a long process.
Yeah, I get a butters notification, and I have to notify all the butters. At the same time, I'm gonna put in there where it's gonna say move off a demo. I think at that process, the same thing, maybe we can salvage or we can take parts out of it. But I think at the same time, while that's happening, I'm going to thank you, the current or whoever. I know we're having a little problem with that, Mary, but that's something we should vet on and work out. But anyway, whether it's Instagram, I don't care how we save a house, but definitely advertise it everywhere and anywhere. And I think that would be really helpful. But Nat, then again, I'm just one board member, so I'm not.
Yeah, no, I know. But I understand, you know, when I don't understand something, it's not something I fully understand. I like to talk to the people that do know what they're talking about. So that's why I'm asking. I mean, I've also thought about cleaning it up and bringing it back in April or May or whatever. Next town meeting is May. I don't know if that makes any logical sense to get full consensus, but you know, I don't like being against board members with stuff like this, but I care about what they've done to make this get on the warrant. It's a lot of work.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Nat.
Yes.
I feel like that Mary's got a lot of positive feedback through Historical Commission and HDC
Yeah.
and, you know, so I think there's a lot of positive movement. I think some people are recommending it, but I think where Stephen and I go through is more of the practical, you know, carrying the water, so to speak. That's where it becomes problematic. And I think that sometimes until you go through this process, and I'm probably doing this every 6 months or so in my office, it's a lot. I mean, God forbid you try and move a pole on Nantucket.
It's the hardest thing to do.
No, but I mean, I don't want to muddle the water with other problems that are going on that Eric and I have mentioned, but I don't really see how this is gonna help from my perspective and where I sit. So, thank you.
Abby, get 1 sec, Abby, and I'll go to you. Would you be willing to sit down with Mary if she was willing to bring this back for the regular town meeting and try to kind of figure out these, and if Mary's willing to, it takes two to tango, to help kind of figure out these process issues? Because I think that this is a good article. I don't want to see it I don't want to see it holding up people for no reason. Like everyone said, if the house can't be moved, why are we waiting all this time, right?
It could go back, that's a 4-1 vote.
It can.
So, I mean, I would work with Mary, but I honestly think that I'm gonna be the outlier in this.
Okay, all right,
And
that's
it's
fair.
just-
No, that's 100%
And
fair.
that's why we need that as a board.
Yeah, so that, we don't always agree.
Perspective.
Okay, great. Abby, let's try to wrap this up.
Okay, I just had a quick question. I guess the way I understood it was the 180 days I thought only applied if the person did want to move the structure or like had someone during that notification period say they wanted to. It just gives them the time to move it, because I didn't understand it, and maybe I'm incorrect, that like if it can't be moved or you don't, or like no one's interested, then this time period wouldn't apply. But I don't know if that's not accurate.
Hi, Abby. Sorry, Ms. Mary Bergman. Since you closed the public hearing, I don't know if the mic is on, but yes, Abby's correct that if there's no interest shown in those 30 days, there would be, things would just proceed as follows. If the HGC is approved, and I will tell you that I'm going to call Ann Cuspa as soon as I get out of here and say, you know, do you want to offer a class on this? I think that's a brilliant idea, that people should get certified to have that serious intent.
Great, thank you.
That I'll help you out with. I mean, seriously, I'd love to help
Yeah,
out.
great, thanks, Joe. Okay, board members, Matt, how would you like to make a motion here?
Make a motion to give a positive recommendation.
Great, have a second? Motion made by Nat, seconded by John. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Nay. Sorry, Mary.
And I'm an aye. So,
Can we just clarify this? We have to go through the voting threshold, so 2/3 for this one.
I'm sorry. So,
Oh. Is this a simple majority, Megan?
no,
2/3.
2/3.
It just has to be
Okay.
part of your motion. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Make that part of my motion, Megan.
Okay, great. So motion made by Nat, let's revote this. Made by Nat, seconded by John. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Nay.
And I'm an aye. Great. So that will receive a positive motion. Thank you, Mary. Okay. Moving on to Article 1, Zoning Bylaw, regulation short-term rental use.
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself from 1 through 9. Yes?
1 through 4. You don't have to recuse from 9.
Really?
Right.
Steve Cohen?
Yeah, you don't have to recuse from that. That's
Mi-
the part.
Mis-
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can he
Thank
speak
you.
can he speak on these as a citizen?
He can comment as a citizen.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. So Article 1, which actually is the Select Board article, but I think Jim Salzer is going to represent it. Am I correct there?
I'm just representing a group that spoke to the select board, which was myself, Tucker Holland, Matt Fee, Matt Haffenreffer, John Kishner, and Peter Kahn. So, and Tucker wrote a letter, so I'm sort of amplifying that letter. It was a letter to the planning board.
Yes, yeah,
That's
we
all.
received it. Okay.
Is that okay?
That is fine with me, unless anyone has an issue with that. No, great.
Okay, thank you.
Floor is yours.
Planning board, thank you for your work preparing for the special town meeting this fall. Thank you very much. On the compromise.
Jim Salzer.
Oh, Jim Sulzer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work preparing for the special town meeting this fall on the compromise short-term rental article. We enjoyed our productive collaboration, and it was productive, with Charity Benz's group and Stephen Cohen's groups before the select board last month. Before going any further, we want to take a moment and give a shout out to Stephen Cohen and his family. We wish Steve all the best and are praying for a safe and speedy recovery. We think the compromise STR article is fair and effective and is mostly complete as it stands. We also like its basic simplicity, a solid framework that could be amended as necessary in the future. Now that we've had a week or two to reflect further on the article, we'd like to suggest a few tweaks to be considered tonight. These are not policy changes, rather definitions that can be refined to settle some points of confusion or contention that may have arisen. Under definitions, I'll step back just a bit and say one of our goals has been to protect traditional vacation rentals on Nantucket while trying to limit investor-only rentals. But we've heard concerns that certain definitions as currently written may allow other uses that are outside of the intent, which is traditional vacation rentals. Accordingly, we would like to suggest a revised definition of hosted stay, which appears near the start, to address fears that it may allow a workaround for owning multiple STRs. I'd like to offer this new definition at the end of my allotted time, so I can go into other main points first. Similarly, we'd like to suggest tightening the definition of operator so that it is more in line with what we believe was the Select Board Work Group's intent. The two most important issues in our list of that are not allowing a sublessee to be an operator. We think that could cause problems, complications, and also ensuring that a person renting a property cannot also be an operator. We think that's a trapdoor that could lead to a lot of problems. We look forward, if possible, to working with John Giorgio and the staff of the Planning Board, if we may, to help revise the definition of operator accordingly. We'd also like briefly to address 2 points in the bylaw that could use just a slight clarification. Point 1 is the one that says one owner, one lot. That is one lot for STR use. But if the lot has 2 dwelling units prior to the effective date of the bylaw, the owner may rent them separately. We believe John Giorgio's language accurately captures the intent of the group, but we'd like the language to state explicitly, if we could, to state explicitly something that is currently only implicit, that those owners who construct a second dwelling after the bylaw effective date will be able to rent the second dwelling as a hosted stay if they live in the primary dwelling. we can explain that if needed. And then there's another slight amplification we'd like to do. Point 4 is the one that says basically after inheritance or divorce or an interfamily gift, that there are no new limitations in the ability to rent in the number of contracts per July and August. And then there's a stipulation about having rented it earlier. We think that that language actually should say if ownership of the dwelling unit has been for at least 5 years, because that agrees with the rest of Article 1, including what's in point 3. So again, these are little technical points, but we'd like to recommend them to the planning board and its staff to look at. Under general comments, we have a request that the planning board use its expertise in the understanding of zoning articles to help us all understand the ramifications of possible revisions in the future. For instance, how difficult will it be to make changes to this article that are less restrictive in the future? Perhaps even more important, what if changes are looked for in the future that are more restrictive? What would be the effect? In either case, will there be zoning issues that create problems, such as that big mouthful, pre-existing non-conforming properties? These are technical issues that are above the heads of most of us, but we know you will be able to address them. And then finally, now to the definition of hosted stay, which has sort of gotten controversial, so we want to try to help out with it, basically. We'd like to suggest the following revised definition, which I will read. I did send it around to Megan and others, and I think you may have it. But it's basically an attempt to limit what an operator is. Okay, so hosted stay, this is our suggestion. An overnight stay whereby a short-term renter occupies all or a portion of a dwelling unit located on a lot where the owner or host is present. A host who is not an owner must have a 12-month lease in a dwelling unit on the lot. An owner or host is considered present when the owner or host is on the lot, except during the daytime and/or work hours. The intent of this is to allay concerns about hosted stays becoming a trapdoor for commercial renting by, in this case, stating that any host who is not an owner must have a year-round lease. And a side benefit of this definition could be, it may encourage more year-round rental opportunities. It may be a win-win. Again, thank you very much for your consideration of the above and for all the work you are doing and will do.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Dave.
Board members, any questions for Jim? No? Great. Thanks again, Jim. Concerns, comments, board members? Staff?
I just want to remind you that we do have John Giorgio.
Yeah.
And he provided comments on the comments that you just heard.
Yes.
So we may want him to go over those.
Yes. John? John over.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Hey, John.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all doing well in this heat. I guess as a general proposition, I would say that the subcommittee worked very diligently over many nights to develop the wording of the bylaw that you see in Article 1. And I think that if the town has learned anything over the past at least 2 town meeting cycles, is that amending articles that are or bylaws that are in the warrant can be very problematic at town meeting from a voter acceptance standpoint. We all saw what happened to Article 59 at the Maytown meeting. And then again, the compromise motion that was made at the November, I believe it was 7th special town meeting. And I just think it introduces, when you start making amendments, it introduces a lot of uncertainty. And I think you lose the advantage of simplicity. So unless there is a clear error in the wording of the bylaw, I would encourage folks to be a bit circumspect about pushing for amendments. We can always, the bylaw can always be amended at a future date, if God willing, it passes town meeting on September 17th. And also I want to emphasize that what are you trying to fix? And is it worth creating confusion and side issues at town meetings? So those are considerations I would encourage the planning board to think about. You know, introducing, let's take these one at a time. Introducing the concept of a host, I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean the with, is that, well, let me put it this way. If you, a hosted stay is exempt if the owner or operator is present on the lot. That's basically what the bylaw says now. If after, and I want to make sure I'm saying this properly. If there is one dwelling unit on a lot, but a building permit has been issued prior to the effective date of this bylaw for a second dwelling unit on the lot, this bylaw says that both those dwelling units can be rented as a Nantucket Vacation Rental as a primary dwelling and a secondary dwelling. So is the concern here that in addition to those two allowances, Jim is suggesting that there also be allowed a hosted stay on the same lot, which would be exempt from the limit of 2. That was not clear to me. And I'm not sure why we're introducing this, using the term host, because that's not a defined term in the bylaw.
John, I think Jim can give you some clarity.
Yes, John, thank you very much for that. First of all, the word host, in our definition of owner, it does appear at the very end of it. The owner may also be referred to as the operator or the host. And so we thought that for hosted stay, it would simply be appropriate to use that language that was already in the article. As far as the point 1 that you bring up quite rightly, the reason for bringing that up, John, is that we thought it was not clear that the way we wrote it, and this would not take much more than a phrase, I think, to help with that, but it was not clear that this would actually be a hosted stay situation, even if the second dwelling was built after the effective date of the bylaw. And so actually, it's almost like, in a way, it's a question to you for clarification, but we think if that is the intent, which it seemed like it was to us, that there might be a phrase to that effect. But I leave that to you.
Well, Jim, but I guess my question is, if you have 2 dwelling units on the lot, one of which had a building permit prior to the effective date of this bylaw, would we all agree that both of those dwelling units can be rented as a Nantucket Vacation Rental? Subject to the other requirements in the amendment.
The way it says now, they cannot be rented separately, which I think it's a little bit unclear, because it may be that means that they could be rented at the same time to the same party, but we felt that it was important to state that it could be a hosted stay situation if the family wanted to live in the home.
So in addition to those 2 units, a primary and a secondary,
It would be that the family lives in the
You
primary.
could also have a third one that's a hosted stay?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is if the owner lives in the primary, that they could rent the secondary as a hosted stay, even if it were built after the effective date of the bylaw. Because we thought it sort of fell into the unclear section.
Well, why is that unclear? Because wouldn't that by definition be a hosted stay?
Yes, it would. But there was some talk when we were doing this that the secondary dwelling built after the time of the adoption of the article could not be rented at all. So anyway, as a vacation rental. John, if you feel that this is already clear, and that's encouraging to me that you do, then perhaps it doesn't need to be addressed.
Okay. Well, I do.
We weren't sure it was clear.
I think it was clear to me, Jim, I guess, because the hosted stay, if the owner or operator resides in one of the two, in a dwelling unit on the lot,
so it would
the second dwelling unit, let's assume it exists prior to the effective date of the bylaw, can be rented as a hosted stay because they're both on the same lot, right?
Right.
And the owner or operator is present.
Okay.
Except
So
for
if you feel there's no ambiguity there, then
I don't think there's ambiguity. That's just my opinion. I think it's fine.
well, that's good to hear. Now, John, on the host definition of hosted stay, there's been a lot of concern that the use of the word operator opens it to commercial interests. And I know that Charity wrote a letter about this. And Dave, I don't know if it's all right, but if I stand aside so Charity can address that if she wishes, but of course it's yours.
That is fine, yes.
Thanks.
So
these are issues, Charity Benz. There are two issues of concern here. One is that the outcome of our deliberations is not necessarily what we agreed to. And a lot of this writing took place, and then we were presented, without our input, and came back to us. And it was very different than what we had talked about. And that is what is concerning to me, and there are really outright mistakes. But let me just address the hosted stay. When we were talking about hosted stay, it was the owner was on the property. There was never any mention of an operator. Even Mr. Maury said, well, a hosted stay is the quintessential accessory use. And I agree with Jim that when you start introducing operators, and you're going to hear a letter later about how operators are already have insinuated themselves into the system, that's open to extreme abuse. Our definition of hosted stay was the owner, and then came the operator. And I agree with Jim, and we were both in that room. And the confusion about, whoops, somebody dropped their watch. So that is one concern, and I think if it's not addressed here, it certainly will be on the floor of special town meeting. The other issue that concerns me, and I'm asking Jim to hang by, is the definition of cottage colony. When we were talking about cottage colonies, we were talking specifically about cottage colonies that existed before zoning in 1972, and that those should be exempt. And if you turn, the significance of this is that if you turn to 13938(7), what you're going to see is that all of these the cottage colonies and the hosted stays are exempt from all of the regulations. So their definition of a cottage colony is being 4 or more dwellings, a group of 4 or more detached dwelling units legally in existence at the time of adoption of this bylaw, located on a single lot, which is customarily occupied on a seasonal basis. We never had that conversation in our meetings. Do you remember that, Jim?
Yeah. I mean,
Our understanding was that it was pre-existing zoning, and that was our conversation.
and that's fair, but with all due respect, I don't think that there's any place in the zoning bylaw that would allow to have 4 dwellings on a lot.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I used to be an alternate on the planning
Yeah,
board.
so
I
I'm
mean,
not sure what the concern is.
Well, the concern is identifying, I mean, if that's the case, why is it even in there?
Well, to protect the cottage colonies that exist.
The ones that are
Before-
in existence?
yes.
Okay, but
No, new
We
ones
did
won't
not-
be built.
we did not intend for this definition to be what was stated in the article.
Okay, I get that, and I understand where you're coming from, but I just think that we're spinning our wheels here because cottage colonies aren't a thing in the zoning district. We're
Okay.
not gonna, I mean, in the zoning bylaw, we won't be building more.
So it
So,
says, okay, legally in existence. And then our concern is the same, introducing the term operator.
I completely understand that. Thank you.
I have more to say
If-
later.
Yeah, no, I get it. I see where we're at. And can we just get through this letter part and then we'll come back to you? No, I just want to have some order here because I think. This has to do with the operator. I'd rather wait and let Jim or let John get through his answers to the letter, and then we'll come back to those things if that's all right. John, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, David, although, yes, I am, I'm here. I just want everybody to remember that during these deliberations, we specifically discussed both cottage colonies and hosted stays. And we discussed the fact that those definitions were included in the general bylaw amendments to 123 that went to town meeting on November 7th. And I don't believe we changed those definitions. This is a process where you have how many people in a room, everyone expressing their opinion, and then I'm expected, or whoever's drafting is expected to get it perfectly right. Well, you're never going to get it perfectly right with everybody. But what you do is you put it down on paper, you bring it back to the group examines it and decides if in fact that's what the majority of the group, the subcommittee, wanted to propose. And that's exactly what happened here. So I think it's a little bit of revisionist history to suggest that this was somehow a mistake or it wasn't the intent. It may not have been the intent of everybody in the room, but on that last day, we went through this line at the last meeting, line by line, and the bylaw was adopted by a majority of those in attendance. Now, should it, so I'm taking a little bit of umbrage that this was somehow a mistake or I was not following the will of the group. There was certainly ample opportunity once I sent the bylaw back on paper for people to make comments. And this is what came out of, as the moderator said, sometimes it's like making sausage, but that's just the way things go. Okay. Now, in terms of the definition of operator, I have said early on that I thought it was important to follow the state law definition that's contained in Chapter 64G. And that's what this bylaw does. If you are a lessee or a sublessee, okay, you can be considered an operator. Okay. And so I guess the question is, I don't think it's the intent at all, because the concern I saw in Jim's letter was using the definition of operator to create an exemption that would allow multiple STR ownership. I don't really see that as a concern, very frankly. Anybody who's renting a dwelling unit as an STR in no way would fit the definition of operator, meaning a lessee or sublessee. Those are two different concepts, and that's exactly what the state law definition is. So again, I don't see the need for this amendment, and I'm not particularly concerned about it. Now, if there is some wily attorney out there who in the future is going to try to shoehorn this into, oh, well, you know, I STR for a month, and so I can STR my STR for you know, a week during that period of time. That's not a lessee or a sublessee under the definition in state law. And I would expect that, you know, the zoning enforcement officer and ultimately the ZBA would agree with that. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So again, I'm not sure I see the need for this change in the definition of operator. And more importantly, I think we should be consistent with state law. But that's just my opinion.
Thank you, John. There's more in Tucker's letter that I think John should address, some pre-existing non-conforming questions that I would like you to address, John, if you could.
Yes, definitely. There were a number of questions in this letter about what is sort of the legal effect of enacting this bylaw, and how does the pre-existing non-conforming use sections apply, and would it create all sorts of needs for special permits, et cetera. But again, I've explained that in my response to comments. If you today are if you are a pre-existing lawful use, okay, and because this is zoning, a zoning amendment, let's assume Article 1 is adopted. Well, you have legal protection to operate your short-term rental in the same way that you have been operating it all along, as long as that is a legal use. And therein lies the rub, so to speak, right? You know, we've had a decision now from the zoning board that with respect to at least two of these prior operations, they are legal, essentially accessory uses. Will that decision stand? I don't know. It's probably going to get appealed. I'm sure the courts will have something to say about that. But you know, the zoning board, and I know I'm deviating a little bit here, but the Board of Appeals has a very fulsome record that was developed to support their determination that these are legally pre-existing non-conforming uses, which means that they can continue to operate as long as they aren't altered, changed, or extended. And that's under Section 6 of the Zoning Act, which I explain in my comments. The only time a person who has a legally existing prior non-conforming use, the only way they would require a special permit, it's not really a special permit, it's commonly referred to as a Section 6 permit, is if they wanted to change, alter, or extend that use, and your permit granting authority makes a determination that that extension is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming use. And that would be really a determination, as I said, for the special permit granting authority to make. Yes, when you enact zoning, you create potentially non-conforming protected uses, but that's only if they were legal at the time that they were operated prior to zoning. I should say prior to this zoning amendment.
Great, John. So I have a kind of a tricky question for you. So if someone had a family vacation rental, let's say like the Grapes had, which with the upcoming decision, if they sold that house and someone bought that house, would they be protected and would they receive the full 8 weeks rental, the new purchaser, since the use hasn't been discontinued? Would they receive protection on that, or would they have to go to the 3-week rental or 3-contract rental?
I don't think the sale of the house affects this. It's the status of a lawfully pre-existing non-conforming use.
So they would be protected,
Yeah,
and
they
they
would be
wouldn't go into the pool of 3 contracts.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Great. Any board member comments or questions before we go to the public?
Dave,
Yeah, yes.
may I?
You may.
So, yeah, I'd just like to get some clarification. My understanding is number 8 excludes garage apartments and tertiary dwellings on its face and in its intent, correct?
Not garage apartments, though.
Well, by
Is that
virtue, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Is that a question for me, or were you just asking that
Just
generally?
putting out there to the universe.
That would be
Okay.
you, John.
Tertiary dwellings are prohibited under 8.
Thanks, John. And through Mr. Chair,
And if there's a
John,
dwelling unit in a garage, that's a dwelling unit, and if it's tertiary, it would not be allowed. It wouldn't be allowed as a Nantucket Vacation Rental.
If it was a tertiary, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
let me just double check.
Can I ask a question to add to what Steve said, Mr. Chair, to John?
Let me make sure Steve is done before we move on.
Yeah, I guess the question I have, I guess the follow-up is, garage apartments, I believe, are in our zoning bylaw
Attached.
defined. But they're not, I didn't see them in here anywhere. And I think that it would be important to be explicit to eliminate any potential ambiguity, especially with a $5,000 a day fine, that garage apartments are allowed. I think it would also be beneficial to have that squared away prior to town meeting, because it's certainly going to come up, along with the comment I'll have in a moment about tertiary dwellings, where a year-round family who's got kids and they are here on the island in the summer would like to partake in a vacation rental. They want to be ensured that their garage apartment is allowed. I think having that clarified in here, as opposed to referring to a dwelling unit, which is also in our zoning bylaw defined, it just, I think it would be beneficial. So that's the comment on that particular topic, and I'll hold for Nat or anyone else.
Great.
If I may, so your current zoning bylaw includes a definition of apartment. So that's what so in subparagraph 8, when it says apartments for which a building permit to construct has been issued after the effective date of this bylaw, the prohibition is not against the apartment itself being a dwelling unit. It's against renting that unit as a Nantucket Vacation Rental. And it would follow the definition of apartment in the current zoning bylaw.
Thanks, John. Yeah, that's my understanding. My understanding too is that within the zoning bylaw, at least our zoning bylaw, if something isn't specifically allowed, it's not allowed. And by not having garage apartment included, it's not specifically allowed and therefore it's not allowed. So again, I just want to make the point for having been clear and in hopes that somebody doesn't have to stand up at town meeting and bring this up. I believe garage apartment should be included. Thank you.
I'm sorry, included how? I'm not following.
That's Claire, yeah. So 8 is about prohibitions. And I don't think it's anyone's intention to prohibit STRs in garage apartments.
Right.
And that's why it doesn't appear as a garage apartment in here.
So the point I'm making about ambiguity is in this text under 8, apartment is listed.
Okay.
There is no specificity to exclude garage apartments.
Okay.
So that's where the confusion comes up in my mind.
So you're suggesting in an apartment except for garage apartments? Is that what you're getting at?
I would suggest that if garage apartments are intended to be allowed, that where apartments are listed, the language be clarified to indicate that the prohibition does not include garage apartments. However, you all want to word craft that is up to you. And I also want to hijack the whole discussion on garage apartments, but I think this is an important element for year-round people. So
yeah, I don't disagree.
And then you have the detached versus attached issue, which will come up, is to add to what Steve is talking about.
Hold on, I've got a bunch of people in front of you, Stephen.
So.
Hosted stays would resolve it, but what happens if it wasn't hosted?
Yeah, so if he wants to protect year-round residents and we're talking about garage apartments,
yeah,
then the primary dwelling is lived in by the homeowner, and so it's a hosted stay. So the garage apartment doesn't need special protection.
So, Stephen, thank you. I had, through Mr. Chair, I'd picked up on that. The problem with hosted stay is it's defined as an overnight stay, not successive overnight stays, not anything else. It's defined as.
Each one would be
excuse me,
exempt
you got
on
the
its
floor
own.
for a second. It says an overnight stay whereby a short-term renter occupies all or portion of a dwelling unit located on a lot where the owner or operator is present. It doesn't indicate. Well, first of all, hosted stay, to my mind, and the way I read this, is that somebody stays in all or part of a dwelling, and the owner, in the instance that it's part of a dwelling, the owner is present in the dwelling. It's a hosted stay. It's like when you host someone in your home. Mm-hmm. That does not address a garage apartment or what Nat was talking about. And if it does address it, it's not addressing it clearly enough that someone who reads the zoning bylaw pretty regularly understood it to include it. So I can't imagine what a layperson is going to find. I'm not trying to pick holes in it other than to make sure the bases are covered, that's all.
I think the intent is that the host is on the property, not necessarily in the building.
Again, just a matter of, half the battle is, 99% of the battle is language and understanding it.
Okay. Thoughts on that, John? Do you understand what he's getting at?
Yeah, I'm just looking. This was not something that I've looked at. So if it's but let me ask you a question. If it's a garage apartment, right? The garage is associated presumably with a dwelling unit, whether it be a primary or secondary dwelling unit, correct?
Be a primary in some, right? Can it be a primary?
Well, let's assume there's a lot with a primary dwelling, there's a garage, and there's a garage apartment. That would be exempt as either a hosted stay, or it would be the secondary dwelling unit. So I'm not sure what the problem would be.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me.
Again, I go back to 8, it lists apartments, and it's not clear that it doesn't exclude garage apartments.
Okay.
So when you say apartments, that's
So we could put a
potentially
footnote
problematic. Yeah, that's
excluding
all.
garage apartments, and
We
that would
could do
resolve
that,
that.
but just to point out, apartments are a defined use in the zoning bylaw. We have apartments, apartment building, garage apartments, and accessory apartments. So there's 4 totally separate things. And this is just talking about prohibition. So if we want to add something, apartments, paren, excluding garage apartments, to be totally clear, we could
Yeah.
insert that.
Yes.
And just a real last quick follow-up. If hosted stay is meant to include consecutive overnight stays, then I think it needs to say an overnight stay or consecutive overnight stays, whereby, so that so the intent is clear. Because when I read that, I anticipated that they were referring to an overnight stay. Anyways, there you go.
All right, great, thank you. Unless it's pertinent to what we're doing right now, I was going to go to Nat, but,
Oh,
okay,
I'm
all right,
upset.
go ahead. Nat, hold on one second.
Okay.
Okay.
In regard to the letter and what's in the
Yeah.
article. Okay, one is in number 4, and I'm speaking not only on behalf of myself and on Charity, but of Stephen Cohen, who brought this up at the
Yep.
last select board meeting. In number 4, he was saying, at the end of it, it should not say as long as the prior record owner engaged in a Nantucket Vacation Rental use of the same dwelling unit for at least 5 years, but rather that they had ownership for at least 5 years, which is what is in point number 3. We changed it all to ownership for 5 years. I believe I'm speaking both on behalf of Stephen Cohen, who I'm sure would be bringing this up tonight if he could, and Charity agrees with me also. That was our intent. We just think it was an oversight that was left from earlier, and so, and we really appreciate all the language that John Giorgio has given us. It's been a very good process, but we do believe that at the end of number 4, it would be more accurate to the intent of the group to say, as long as the prior record owner owned the property for at least 5 years. And Charity agrees with me on that too, and Stephen Cohen too. And to find something that all 3 of us agreed on is almost a miracle.
The other
Lightning
thing
is
that
gonna-
I'd like to point out on 8 is this whole discussion was focused around affordable housing, covenant housing, tertiary dwellings. And the way it is written, let me just read it. Nantucket Vacation Rental shall be prohibited in tertiary dwellings, apartments for which a building permit to construct one or more dwelling units has been issued after the effective date of this bylaw, time sharing or so forth and so on. It implies that Nantucket Vacation Rentals are going to be permitted in those units prior to the effective date of this bylaw. And that was not what we intended at all. The whole intent of this element was to restrict short-term rentals in protected housing. And that doesn't appear to be the way it has come out. And I think, were there 4 of the 6 of us who were here, and I think that was pretty much what we agreed. It was about protected housing.
It seems to me
And
that,
prohibiting short-term rentals in protected housing.
seems to me it's the
that's
apartments
not the way it
portion that refers to, but I'll let John speak to that.
Well, this was if there is an apartment building, that is, a building permit is issued for a 10-unit apartment after the effective date of the bylaw, none of those 10 units can be short-term rented. If the apartment existed prior to the effective date of the bylaw, then this prohibition doesn't apply. And this was something, that I believe Attorney Cohen had brought to the group as a proposal. And it was, as far as I was aware, it was adopted with this language. So it's a fairly narrow exception. And it's designed to prevent the proliferation of new apartments being short-term rented, not to existing apartments.
And the reference to the date, the effective date, that does not include tertiaries or
No.
affordable housing units.
No,
just
it does
applies
not.
to new apartment buildings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that give you clarity, Charity, or no?
I think you're going to have a lot of questions about the wording. I think the wording could be much clearer.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
one more question to Mr. Giorgio, and then I promise you won't have to hear from me anymore. John, you gave us wonderful language in a lot of this, and one of the sub-articles is that if a property has been owned for less than 5 years, the owner may only rent for 3 contracts in July and August, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, in your answer earlier, I might have misunderstood you when I don't know if it was the Grapes home, but anyway, a home, Dave Iverson brought it up. The owner previously has rented it, then the property sells, and it seems to me, unless I'm wrong, but it seems to me whether or not the property has previously been rented, once the property sells, the new owner is confined to only 3 changes of occupancy in July and August for the first 5 years. Is that correct? Because that's a central tenet of this article that we all agreed, and Steve Cohen as well, that this was in place to discourage investor-only purchases of property. And so we need to ask you how that's affected by an interpretation of the zoning bylaw.
Jim, I'm going to have to defer on answering that question.
Okay.
I want to think about that a little bit.
Okay.
Essentially, your question is, if it was rented as a short-term rental, but the property is sold,
yes,
is the new owner subject to unlimited rentals or subject to the 3 changes in occupancy?
Yes.
Correct?
Our understanding in writing this was they were subject to 3, but of course we defer to your interpretation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to look at that more carefully.
I think part of the problem, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, is that these were crafted in kind of a vacuum where there was a court decision that rendered that use illegal, and then illegal uses don't get protections through pre-existing non-conforming. And
Right.
the reason I asked him this was because now with the pending decision from the ZBA, it's a legal use.
Well,
And legal
no.
Well, in the form they were renting it for that property.
Based upon the specific facts, David, and I apologize for interrupting you, but that decision by the ZBA only applies to the specific facts of those 2 cases.
Yeah.
In terms of whether they are a lawfully existing prior non-conforming use. If the ZBA says, which they apparently have voted, that they were lawful accessory uses, then there'll be certain legal protections that will attach, assuming that decision is upheld through the courts.
Our intent was that any transfer of ownership would start the clock running, and it had nothing to do with prior rental history. And the whole purpose of that was to disincentivize people coming in thinking that they're going to immediately start renting and making a whole lot of money. And actually, the word was engage the people in the community for 5 years. And this is the way they would work their way into the community. Now, that was, you can look at the videos, but that was what the presentation was, and I think Mr. Maury will agree with that.
I think, but what I don't think you understand is that is the intent, and I think that is a very fair and good intent. I 100% support that. If a judge finds this gets the legal protection, that is the law. We can't regulate out of that, is what I'm saying. We can create any policy or bylaw we want, but the zoning protections will exist.
But not until after special town meeting.
Yes. Well, no, they may exist after in some form, depending on the use and some technical stuff after the ZBA makes a decision.
Which may be appealed.
Exactly. So
Which may be what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
appealed. Maybe appeal.
Yes, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. But we are now operating with somewhat of a different set of legal circumstances. Because it appears that the ZBA is poised to say that at least in those two instances, they were legally existing prior to whatever you do in zoning. And I agree with David, if that's the case, there's no real way to change that, because of the way Chapter 40A of the general laws is constructed.
Kathy Moore, and I have a statement to read that was sent to me this morning. It was actually sent to Mr. Syed, and then it was too late for him to be able to include it in your package, and so I asked him if I could read it. She sent me a copy of the email. Is that permitted?
That is permitted.
Okay, so it says, "Good morning, Mr. Syed. My name is Darlene D. Michelle and reside at 2 Birdsong Lane. I spoke at the last Thursday ZBA meeting and plan to do so again this afternoon. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances beyond my control, I'm no longer able to attend. I was hoping that you would read my statement at the meeting, as I believe it highlights a current loophole in the STR language which needs to be addressed. To the best of my knowledge, this has not come up in previous discussion." And then she goes on to say, "Dear Commissioners, I would like to bring to your attention a situation that is causing my husband and I great concern. We live on Birdsong Lane in Mill Hill area of the ROH. The owner of the property across the street from us has 2 residential dwellings. One is 7-bedroom main house, a 4-bedroom guest house, and a shed with a splash pool spa. Currently, the owner has leased his home for the entire season and shoulder months to a company called Exclusive Resorts. The company's marketing material calls it a leading members-only luxury vacation club. Since the middle of May, the house has been filled weekly, often with 2 to 3 turnovers during the week. The property owner claims he has 1 STR contract and doesn't regulate how often it gets used. Since the main house has 7 bedrooms, by right, he can have 16 people in it at one time, given the fact that this property is turning 2 to 3 times a week. The potential number of guests balloons up to 32 to 48 a week. And if you extrapolate that for 8 weeks in July and August, it gets to 256 or 384 people, not counting all the taxis, Ubers, cleaning personnel needed to support and clean the house. On top of that, the 4-bedroom secondary dwelling can have 10 people per week, which adds to the potential for another 80 people in July and August. We cannot see anything in the article the Select Board has endorsed that would prevent this type of rental from being run in any neighborhood on the island. We urge you to amend the article sufficiently to ensure that neighborhoods are protected from the general under-the-table exploitation in any season of Nantucket. Thank you for your time."
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would have to believe that would be covered, that would not be legal even under the operator bylaw if this is passed.
But it's happening right now because I know who the operator is on the island.
We can't do anything about it right now.
No, but it needs to be addressed because it's a
But that's what I'm
loophole.
saying is I don't think that would fall under the category of an operator, correct, John? That would not be allowed because they're in fact subleasing it.
So this club would not be considered an operator?
I don't think it would fit under the operator clause, correct, John?
So how do we fix it? If that, so I don't know the definition,
Time
but
out. I
how
want to
can we
hear from,
fix it?
I want to ask John if that would
Okay.
be allowed under the operator provision. John, are you still with us?
So while he's coming back, so one of her questions had also been that, if it's a limit of 6 or 8 or 5 or whatever the number is of turnovers that someone can have in a
It would
season.
be 8 in season.
But if this operator says that he only has 1, but is turning 2 to 3 times a week, they're getting around the 8 turnovers.
Well, he's having contracts to the people he's renting to, but I don't think he qualifies as an operator. John, are you back with us? Well, let's wait till John comes back and we'll circle back to that. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know what the answer is now, and if this passes and it stays as it is, I don't think he would qualify. John said clearly that subleases are not qualified operators. And so that would not be allowed. The owner would have to rent his house. Does that make sense to you? That he wouldn't
No,
qualify as
because-
an operator?
No, and maybe I'm not using the right words, but I'm concerned, they're concerned that, this person that is, this club on the island is saying they have only 1
They sign the
turnover.
lease, they rent it, but then they're renting afterwards.
But can they?
I don't believe they're qualified operator, which
okay.
would not allow them if this passed.
Well, let's try to fix it.
But we'll circle back to John when he comes back
Okay,
on.
thank you for
okay?
hearing her.
Yes. Anybody else? Emily, welcome.
Dave, it looks like John's back, just so you know.
Well, would you say that again, please, Abby?
I think it looks like John is back.
Oh,
yeah,
John?
I'm back. Yes, I'm sorry.
So that's okay. So we had a question about a club that's rented out a house for the season, and then they rent it to club members by the week afterwards, or whatever the length of the stay. That club wouldn't be considered an operator, correct? Because they're subleasing. They've leased and they're subleasing.
So the definition of operator is a person or other legal entity operating a short-term rental, including but not limited to the owner or proprietor of such premises, the lessee, sublessee, mortgagee in possession, licee, or any other person. So how long is there, when you say a club, so this is what does that mean, a club?
It's a vacation, it's like a lifestyle club. It's a vacation club that rents a house for a year and then subleases it out to their club members.
Correct, and
So
they have a
if-
website.
So they are a lessee then. They're renting it for more than 31 days, so it's not a short-term rental. They are a lessee, so they could operate that
They can.
as
Okay.
a Nantucket Vacation Rental.
So that is a reason to tighten the operator up.
How would you tighten up the definition of an operator?
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Emily?
Hi, Ann Duez,
Hi, Ann.
5 Mill Street. Hello. The inclusion of the definition operator has been bothering me ever since I saw it. And there's a reference in the proposed article to the Massachusetts general law, which we keep hearing over and over again. It's part of the Massachusetts general law. I would just like to read you the Massachusetts general law because I find it incredibly scary in what it refers to because, well, you'll hear. Operator, a person operating a bed and breakfast establishment, hotel, lodging house, short-term rental, or motel in the Commonwealth, including, and this is the language we keep hearing, but not limited to the owner or proprietor of such premises, the lessee, sublessee, mortgagee in possession, licensee, or any other person otherwise operating such bed and breakfast establishment, hotel, lodging house, short-term rental, or motel. Now, I would really request strongly that you all think extremely hard about the inclusion of this definition from the Massachusetts general laws into our zoning bylaw, because to me, it sounds like operators run hotels, not, properties in residential districts where people are supposedly just trying to get by renting, or they're going away to Europe for a month and say, why don't I just rent my house? And just if I can add one more comment, Nat Lowell wrote recently in a letter to the editor, summer homes have long since replaced numerous large historic hotels, except that these summer hotel homes that used to have families in them have now morphed into hotels. So I think, many members of the planning board and others in the community cite the wisdom of our leaders decades ago to limit hotels. And so I think we have to think hard about why would we now change that wisdom, disrespect that wisdom, and create a zoning bylaw that has so many loopholes in it and so many ways that it can be amended on the floor of town meeting that we end up with hotels, which is what we're trying to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Please, John.
with all due respect to the previous speaker, in fact, the zoning bylaw definition does not include any reference to hotel, bed and breakfast, or lodging house. It only applies to short-term rentals. So I think that if the fear is that this definition would allow hotels to operate as, I guess, a short-term rental or a Nantucket Vacation Rental, that is not the case. And I would also like to point out that you have enacted Article 60, which was an amendment to Chapter 123, which prohibits corporate ownership of STRs. So when I said that the definition of operator comes from the general laws, I should have been more precise, but it only applies with respect to short-term rentals, which is a separate defined term. It's a separately defined term in your proposed bylaw.
Great. Thank you, John. Emily?
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I was offline for a little bit because I was starting to doubt myself, but I have in fact confirmed what I previously said. Now that you have a decision, well, you don't have a decision yet by the ZBA, but it sounds like you will have a decision that said under the specific facts of those two cases, if that they were allowed accessory uses. And if that decision is upheld by presumably the land court and then an appeals court, those are legally protected uses. And as the chairman so eloquently said earlier, that's the law. There's nothing we can do about that. So they can't be extended, they can be expanded, but they are lawfully existing prior non-conforming uses if the accessory use determination by the ZBA is upheld in the courts.
Thank you, John. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden speaking for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. We have reviewed Article 1 with our council and wanted to provide some initial questions and concerns to the board. I did submit a letter that addresses a number of those. They're largely legal in nature. And for the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight a few of them, but hope that the board's had an opportunity to review them and they could be taken into consideration as you deliberate your final recommendation and motion on this article. So the first one that I just wanted to address, which is point 2 in my letter, is the proposal under the definition of Nantucket Vacation Rental to include short-term rental in the zoning bylaws use chart and follow that by inserting a no designation in all columns. And we're interested in the inconsistency that this seems to create with the general bylaw in chapter 123, which serves to register and regulate short-term rentals with the same definition. So by inserting this in the use chart with a no designation, it leaves the general bylaw registering and regulating a use that's not allowed in residential districts.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address these one by one, if that's okay, if you don't mind, Emily.
I think that would be a great way. Thank you.
So it's very important to remember that only the zoning bylaw regulates the use. The general bylaw regulates the operation of short-term rentals. They're two very different things. There is no ambiguity created here whatsoever. You have to comply with all of the Chapter 123 requirements, as well as the Board of Health regulations, in order for you to operate a short-term rental. This Article 1 will regulate the use as a matter of zoning. And those are two very different things. Now, we have to get a zoning, in my opinion, you have to get a zoning bylaw amendment passed. And once you do, we can always go back to Chapter 123 and clean up any perceived ambiguities. But I don't think there are any because they're two very different regulatory schemes. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you for that. So the second point that I just wanted to raise, which is the third one in my letter, is specifically about section 139-38, provision 1, as it's proposed in Article 1. And that's the provision that prohibits any person or other legal entity from engaging in a Nantucket vacation rental use as an owner or operator on more than one lot. So our concern is that an individual person could still be a partial owner in many different legal entities of multiple lots operating multiple Nantucket vacation rentals. So as drafted, we don't believe that it actually disincentivizes rentals as an investment, which did seem to be one of the primary intentions of this provision. To address this concern, we're suggesting incorporating some of the language that was included in Article 6 on the special town meeting warrant, which basically would change provision 1 to state that no person or other legal entity shall engage in a Nantucket vacation rental use as a full or partial owner or operator on more than one lot. And I can go on to the third if that's appropriate.
We're going to move on to the next one, John. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there are lots of questions about what does it mean to be a partial owner. You know, we specifically in the general bylaw permit LLCs as long as every individual is a natural person. That was the way it was addressed in the general bylaw. But there's no, in my judgment, there's no foolproof way of being able to predict how this could potentially play out. And that's why we always have the option of going back to town meeting with targeted amendments in the future.
Yeah, and I think that, I think the reason that it was worded that way was to protect the husband and wife to each have their own. And I think that's fair, but I fully understand what you're saying, and maybe there's a way we could, I don't know, it gets back into making too many amendments, but I think there's a way to maybe correct that And maybe now's not the time, but maybe next meeting it is. I just don't want to pile on too much complexity or change here. But I think that is a fair reading on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the third is kind of in two parts, and it's numbers 4 and 5 in my letter. And it really is a question, I think, certainly for town council that we wanted to ask, which was, it has to do with the state's granting of municipalities the right to regulate short-term rentals, and whether, based on the list of what the state statute says can be regulated, whether the number of contracts or changes of occupancy is actually in the town's purview to regulate, because it's not explicitly included in that list, and it does seem to be distinct from the number of days. And obviously, if that's not something that's technically in our purview to regulate, then the proposed bylaw change loses a lot of its teeth. So that's sort of one general question. But then if the answer is yes, we can regulate number of contracts and changes of occupancy, then we are concerned about the provision 139-38.5, which basically says that there shall be no limit outside of July and August, essentially just because this will be memorialized into the future as pre-existing outside of July and August. And so our suggestion was to consider remaining silent on this and striking section 5 altogether, which would still enable us to add reasonable limitations and restrictions in the future, but it wouldn't memorialize as a pre-existing right all uses outside of July and August for these rentals. So those were the other items that I just wanted to highlight from my letter. I'm happy to answer questions, but thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So the state statute that the previous speaker is referring to is Chapter 64G, Section 14, and it states that municipalities may regulate the existence or location of operators, including regulating the class of operators and number of local licenses or permits issued. And this is the important language, the number of days a person may operate and rent out an accommodation in a calendar year. And so obviously it's my opinion that limiting the number of changes in occupancy for a Nantucket Vacation Rental is clearly within the purview of that section 14, because you're regulating the number of days a person may have a Nantucket Vacation Rental, and you do that by limiting the changes in occupancy. So I think it's fine. That's my opinion.
John, if I could real quick, can I just, John, just to go a little further on this. The concern I think here is about regulating the off-season weeks, and we've chosen to remove all ambiguity and say you're allowed to rent as much as you want off-season. Right. Would it be better, if we're concerned about the possibility of maybe regulating those in the future or leaving that door open, would it be better for us not to acknowledge that at all in our bylaw, in hopes that it wouldn't trigger pre-existing non-conforming when we went to regulate that if we were in the future? Does that make sense? Would we be better off just removing that phrase out of this bylaw? Giving you the hard ones today.
Mr. Chairman, are you concerned that by including section 5, we may be, let me rephrase, I'm not quite sure what the concern is.
The concern is if we specifically say that we are not going to regulate the number of days that you can rent outside of the core season, that if we decided to regulate those in the future, that they would receive pre-existing non-conforming protections. So
Yeah,
my
that would-
question is, if we didn't even address them, would that save us from that concern?
I'm not, so the only thing you would have is no more, let's just make this easy. The only regulation would be no more than 8 changes of occupancy in July and August. I suppose that by deleting section 5, you would preserve the ability of the town to amend the zoning bylaw to regulate the use in the off-season. So I think from that perspective, deletion of section 5 would probably address your concern.
Thank you. Charity, I've had some hands off up for a little while.
Finish, but that's
Do you want to just continue with what we were talking?
Well, I just wanted to finish one thing
Okay.
along those same lines.
Okay, come on.
The concern about hosted stays, and then number 7, exempting them from the requirements of this bylaw. That's where you get into trouble with the definitions. And if there's a problem with the definition of hosted stay, and it involves the use of the term operator, and that is not clear, and it is abused, then what you have is you're exempting those hosted stays from all the regulations that are in this bylaw. And I think that's very dangerous. And I would suggest that number 7 also be deleted.
Okay. We hear you. All right. Board, anything before I go to the people on the screen? Okay, great. Matthew Peel.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
No, he's on. Hey, I can hear you, Matt.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Matthew P. I was a member of the work group as well. Sorry I couldn't be there today. Yeah, I just to kind of pile on to what Charity and Jim's concerns were, and I just want to put it in a little bit of different light with this operator. Essentially, what we're opening the door for and keeping the door open for is arbitrage. Now I know, Mr. Chair, with your work on the short-term rental work group as well, I'm sure you guys covered arbitrage quite a bit. But essentially, that's what this is, and that's what it can be. And right now, with these prices on Nantucket, that's the simplest and easiest way to get into the STR market on this island. I mean, you have a lot of people that probably have the intent to rent year-round, but if they have somebody come to their door and say, "Hey, instead of renting to somebody for $3,000 or $4,000 a month, I'm going to give you $6,000 a month, and I'm going to STR your place out." What do you think most people are going to say? So I think that's a door that definitely needs to be closed. So I won't beat that to death too much longer, but I just want to put that in a different perspective for you guys, because that's what could happen out here. And I don't want to see that happening, because I think there's a lot of people on this island that really want to rent year round, but don't want to deal with the turnovers or are worried that they, don't want to deal with the hassle with the that have the intent to do year round, but get turned off or they go for more money or something. And so it's a slippery slope there, especially with that operator side of it. And I just wanted to just kind of echo, I really liked Emily Molden's suggestions and Charity's as well, as eliminating 7 and 5. And then, I think then just give Giorgio a little bit of ease. I think Giorgio did a great job. Unfortunately, I just think we just didn't have enough time. If we had such a tight timeline on this, I think that if given another week or two, we would have come back and really came back with a better article. I feel for you guys a little bit. I think this has kind of been dumped on your lap to say, okay, here it is. Now you figure it out, which I don't think is necessarily fair. But there's still a lot here that I think would be fixed. And I think now with the ZBA decision, and now kind of see where it's going, this is more important than ever to get it right and get it right the first time and get it done. So those are just some of my thoughts and feelings right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
We have Kathy Baird up next, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to just touch a few other things that haven't been talked about this evening. And one of them is just some wording on the new homeowners. I know the intent, and Charity even highlighted it again tonight, was that people who are already in the community or new homeowners need to go through kind of like a period where they become part of the community. And I couldn't agree with that more. One of the things that was concerning me a little bit is it would seem to me that would completely lock out any locals buying their first home, because they would have to wait 5 years before they could rent it. And also, if you are in the community, let's say for 30, 40 years, as I am, and I decide I needed to downsize my house and get a smaller cottage, or maybe if I was younger and my family was growing and I wanted to buy another property on the island that was a larger property, I've been part of the community for many years, but I would not be able to rent my house because of that rule. And I would be subject to the three summer months. So that was just throwing that out there. It doesn't affect me one or the other way or the other, but I wasn't sure that really followed with the intent of the group to really permit traditional vacation rentals on Nantucket by people who are engaged with the community. Other thing I wanted to point out was that the regulations that are all in here, they have different intentions, but they all have goals of reducing the number of short-term rentals or the availability of short-term rental lodging on the island. In other words, the sunset clause that would go into effect after 8 years would force changes in that whole environment. Just so you know, I mean, according to Process First, Matt Heffenreffer came up with numbers on that. There were about 540 homes that were in that category that would have to have some sort of change in how they operate or sell the homes. If you assume that anybody who has just two is a husband and wife and they could each own one and they would be protected, there's still 200 of those. So there's just a lot of homes that are going to be affected by that. And then I think one thing that wasn't really considered, and that a lot of it's back to Matt Peel saying there wasn't enough time to think everything through. About 400 homes are sold every year. And those homes, of course, would go according to the new rule that would require everybody to just have 3 rentals before they could graduate for the first 5 years. So that's a downward trend that pushes, and it's permanent. Each of these other little levers are a one-time drop, and then things can level out. But the sale of homes is every year, and every year forever. And if you're taking away the ability to short-term rent faster than you are allowing it, then at some point, and I don't know the math yet to know when it goes away, but at some point there's just you can't do it anymore. You can only rent for 3 weeks. There's nobody who's grandfathered in at that point. So that's just something to consider. It's not a position that I'm taking on one of these things, but it just seems like there's just a math problem here with all of these downward trends that you get into a spiral and you can't get back out of it. And it is in zoning, so it would be very difficult to change that. So just some thoughts about maybe those numbers need to be looked at by somebody with some math specifics to figure out. But so the voters know, if we go for this is what may happen. This is the kind of downward trend we will have, and is that what people want? And that's and they also right now, because the short-term rental registry has not implemented the requirement that's in the bylaw, General Bylaw, Chapter 123, to collect this information. There'll be no way to know. The law says quarterly STR operators are supposed to report their operational statistics to the town. That's not implemented, so the town has no data for that, and I don't know when it will. So just throwing some other thoughts out there, and I know that you don't have a lot of time to change anything, and changing that these things at this point are really difficult. So I'm just want to make that statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. And Mary Mack.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
We
I was
can.
muted. Sorry about that.
Welcome.
Thank you. I came on here to just briefly talk about how the whole STR thing could help the housing crisis, and specifically under the umbrella of a hosted stay. And I heard Jim Sulzer talk about that very thing, that if the unit had a tenant acting as host, that person should or needs to have a 12-year lease. I think that's a great idea. And I also wanted to suggest that like a seasonal lease be okay too, like a long season, like May to end of October, because some people need housing in that way. And then I just wanted to further say that maybe we could even incentivize that more to where homeowners that have the type of space that could do something like that, like a wing or whatnot, if they wanted to help the housing crisis, they could maybe get a not have to pay the fees, and maybe the people that the summer vacationers that don't mind hosts being there could get a bit of a discount. So anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay. Sure, Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grant Sanders. Is this one on?
It doesn't sound like it. Get a little closer.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's on.
yeah, I'm very tall. I like using this mic because this camera doesn't show off my bald spot so much.
My toe sits there.
I'm gonna, sorry, I didn't mean to bring up a sore point, gentlemen. I'm gonna say something that none of the proponents of this article have said tonight. I'm in favor of this thing. I think we need to get this before the town meeting voters, and is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. It could be perfect if we worked on it for another 10 years. And you know what? We'll have another 10 years to work on it through successive town meetings. I agree with a lot of the stuff in the Nantucket Land and Water Council's letter. I agree with a lot of stuff that in Tucker's letter. I would have been a co-signer of that letter if I could have been. But I just want to talk in terms of this article is something that voters want. They want a compromise. They want I'm doing a survey right now that's ongoing. It's at islandvoter.com if anybody hasn't taken the survey. But the preliminary results indicate that people are really hankering for a compromise. And they also believe that short-term rentals should be regulated. So I'm hoping that we can get this before the voters and do right by the town. And you know what? We're going to have to nibble away at this thing for years. We're going to have to. So if anybody thinks it's going to be perfect in September, just temper those feelings. We need to get this thing passed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the audience? One last shot on this warrant article. You'll have an opportunity on the others. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Can I?
Oh, yes, you can.
Or we're going to have a little more discussion after?
We will have discussion after, but
Okay, yeah.
if you think it's going to spark some other comments, you go for it.
Yeah, I prefer, if you don't mind.
Great.
So I think, it was brought up earlier that not getting into the operator aspect of hosted stay, which I understand, but it was mentioned earlier that hosted stay could be interpreted or construed to include garage apartment rentals. if that's the case in any regard, I think hosted stay needs to indicate that it's not, that it is a rental, and in fact, it is a short-term rental, or that it has some aspect of it that relates to that, because otherwise, hosted stay doesn't indicate within its definition, unlike a Nantucket vacation rental, that it's a short-term rental use. It indicates that it is a hosted stay. There's no connection between the two. So that's one comment. The other is on 13938.1, it seems like this is what the definition of the Nantucket Vacation Rental directs you towards. It seems like number one was precipitated by the question, can someone rent a dwelling or more than one dwelling on more than one lot? And the answer is no. No person or other legal entity shall engage in a Nantucket Vacation Rental use as an owner operator on more than one lot. Okay, got it. It goes on to say, provided however, and it indicates that subject to a building permit being in place prior to the effective date of this bylaw, a primary dwelling and a secondary dwelling may be rented as a Nantucket Vacation Rental separately, which is to say that if you've got a primary dwelling and a secondary dwelling, you can rent them separately on one lot. Through you, Mr. Chair, is to John Giorgio. Is that a correct understanding of that? And if not, could you correct me so I understand what I'm reading, and then I can have a follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, no, I think that's the correct reading of section 1.
Okay, thank you. So now I want to get my way back to the garage apartment. Because I think this is the place where you would say, I would suggest, and I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. I agree with Grant, who stated, we got to move this forward. What I'm focusing on here this evening are language modifications that would help for lunch pail people such as myself to support this article on the floor of town meeting. And I think it would be incumbent upon us to indicate, perhaps, and I'm involved in another organization here in the community where I say these long things, and then the other person swoops in and summarizes it very eloquently. So I'm in the position to do the very, I don't know if I'm being eloquent or not, but I'm in the position to make it look simple and easy. So what I would suggest here is, in order to incorporate garage apartment and at the same time address that, I believe the intent is that no more than 2 dwellings on a lot can be rented as a Nantucket Vacation Rental, is that we would add garage apartment to the list, and we would indicate that any combination of 2 of the following, a primary dwelling, a secondary dwelling, or a garage apartment may be rented as a Nantucket Vacation Rental separately. So then what that does is it draws the garage apartment in, conclusively identifies it. It also doesn't subvert the concept that only 2 dwellings can be rented on a lot. And it also doesn't subvert the concept that they can be rented as vacation rentals. It also doesn't subvert the concept that they can be rented separately, which I presume is 2 separate lease arrangements. So I wanted to put that out there because I think the garage apartment is a really important one in getting this thing over the goal line. Well, okay, so I want to point out before John jumps in, because he's got a much better, he's got the legal mind. But in our zoning bylaw, a secondary dwelling is not the definition of a second dwelling under, for instance, the building code, where a dwelling is a dwelling is a dwelling, and you have a primary, a secondary, a tertiary, but they don't have specific zoning meanings. In our zoning bylaw, what this says is that a primary dwelling is primary actually defined. Okay, sorry, that one. But a secondary dwelling is defined very specifically. The ratio of its size relative to the primary dwelling, the distance from the structure. It is not a garage apartment. They are very different things.
A garage apartment could be a second dwelling unit on a lot.
It could be, but the way I've proposed the language change, adding garage apartment doesn't complicate the fact that a garage apartment could be a secondary dwelling. Which, if this stuff doesn't make your head spin, I don't know what won't. So I guess for you, Mr. Chair, I would ask If that's consistent with the intent of number one, which I believe it is, if that's something John would support or maybe not support but be comfortable with, or just put it out in discussion for you guys.
Yeah, so what, instead of saying a primary dwelling unit and a secondary dwelling unit, what I understand the proposal to be any two of the following three: primary dwelling, secondary dwelling, garage apartment. So two, you can only have two out of the three of those. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I believe that's consistent with the intent of this.
Yeah.
I think that works. Yeah.
Now that I got you that far, I'm going to go another inch. Because this is really confusing and this is going to be a problem for somebody. You can have a garage apartment, right? That's the tertiary dwelling? Or no? Save me.
They have completely separate definitions.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm done with that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good job. I think that at least makes it a little more understandable. Great. Oh. Mary Mac.
Yes, I just have one more thing to say that I had forgotten to. So for what it's worth, it'll be real quick. The homeowners that are interested in doing something like the hosted stay tenant situation, they could create a license agreement with the homeowner could create a license agreement with the tenant that is tied to their hosting job, and that would ensure that a good job is done instead of using a Massachusetts landlord tenant lease. And so there's that. And then I guess we could think of it as housing Nantucket.
Did we lose you?
Good.
Oh, Mary, I think you're gonna have to repeat the last part. I think we lost you. You cut out.
Oh, where did I cut out? Did you hear any of it?
I think the last I heard was talking about maybe
Licensing?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you missed the whole thing. A license agreement. The homeowners could create a license agreement with the tenants instead of using Massachusetts landlord tenant lease. Use a license instead of a lease. And the lease is tied to the hosting job. And it would ensure that a good hosting job is done. If I'm understood correctly, I hope I am. And then housing Nantucket hosts. Maybe we could think it could be thought of as that, like that, if anyone likes this idea. Did you hear that, everyone?
I did hear that. Great.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
David, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. On that topic, there's another one I'd like to get some clarification on here. I think it's relevant, at least if not for this article, is how we deal with this going forward. If I may, through you to Mr. Giorgio. John, it's very common here for, a lot of us may not be aware of it, but it's very common that an employer will, which by the way happens to be a corporation, so that throws a lot out of the window, will be house employees, or they will rent a facility, residence, and then they will in effect sublet to their employees on a weekly basis because it's conducive to the work relationship. If you have a summer employee, summer help, others say summer help, some are and some aren't, and you terminate them, you are not tied up where they have housing that you require for your employees, and all of a sudden you're providing housing for someone who isn't an employee, you're losing business because you can't house your employee. So that's the kernel of that is that employers, whether it's their own residents, whether it's themselves as a corporation or not, or whether they lease and then they sublease to their employees on a weekly basis, if clearly that's not covered by anything within this article. But if it's not covered by anything in this article, to allow it, where does that fall into? Are the persons who engage in that type of a quote unquote short-term rental going to be in violation of this? And if so, are they going to be subject to a $5,000 per day fine?
So I'm sorry, I'm just
It's a lot, I know.
well, clearly that's not that would not, the intent of this bylaw is not to restrict that kind of a use, correct? And so I can't imagine that there would be an enforcement action against an owner who was providing, it's basically providing workforce housing to their employees. Is that a fair statement? Is that what you're concerned with?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head with the practical reality is who's going to enforce something like that when one of the main reasons for all this effort by the community and everyone who's been involved is to provide workforce housing. I'm just wondering if, I guess I mentioned it, one, to highlight it, and two, as a short-term rental, with the idea that when we go to make things perfect in the future, we may want to address that aspect of short-term rentals, because it would probably be beneficial at some point to codify that, because in addition to carrying on these types of short-term rentals, corporations are often involved in it. And
Right.
so I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Also, if it's a lodging or if it's a rooming house or lodging, then that's a transient residential facility, I believe. And that is expressly exempted from the definition of short-term rental.
Yeah, thanks, John. I agree. And in this instance, typically these properties are rented out and they're utilized as a family unit where people share refrigerator, kitchen, so on and so
Right.
forth. They conduct
That
themselves.
sounds more to me like a rooming or a lodging house.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Stephen. So I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye, but I want to enter into a little bit of a discussion here.
I didn't get that, Barry. What'd you say?
I'm sorry, aye, but I do want to have kind of a little bit of a closing statement here, which I think is very important for us to chat about.
Oh, we're going to definitely debate the merits. We're just closing the public hearing. Okay?
So, yep,
So is that a yay?
that's a yes.
Okay, great. And I'm a yes as well. Thank you. Okay, as for the merits. I'm going to lead off if no one's going to say anything. I think that we as a board need to be very important, not important. It's very important for us to be sensitive to the amount of changes that we do here. I think that we've seen in a number of warrant articles in the past that it's very easy to sabotage this whole process by layering complexity and creating too many edits. So for me, I don't I think there's some important things that we need to be changed or dealt with. I think that operator, for me, is problematic. I would rather see it be done away with, in my opinion, and the host definition changed to hosted by owner or direct family members. I just have great concern about the operator portion of it. I think that, as pointed out, it could be problematic. I have concerns as well about future regulation of off-season. So I would like to have that reference to off-season removed from the warrant article. And I think that's it from me for now.
I'll go, Mr. Chair. I agree with the number 5. I had a problem with that right from the get-go. I just wasn't sure why that was in there. On the operator, I think if that can be cleaned up, but if you think removing it, I just feel like tightening it up a little bit would be a huge help. And then, of course, Stephen's garage apartment issue. If we can get that finalized for him, that'd be great. And that's kind of where I'm at. I think so. If we can kind of come up with some of these little edits, would be better. And would we see him next meeting, or what were we thinking? I mean, that's a lot to ask.
I know, but I feel like they're minor edits. I think we're just directly removing problematic parts, the operator part, I think, and that's why I suggested that we remove it, is that would be, if we drill down on that, that's going to be added complexity that confuses people, I think, and that we could readdress this at another town meeting if we need to re-implement the operator part. But I think for now, I fear that if we try to tweak it and we could make the definition too confusing, and I really feel that there's a lot of support hinging on whether that exists or not. And I just don't think it's that important of a piece. I may be wrong, but I do think that that if we keep with hosted stay as owner or immediate family, and if that becomes a problem, we can deal with it at annual town meeting, is my feeling.
Dave, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that we get rid of the concept of operator altogether in the bylaw?
I do. Is that
okay? I just want to make sure. I don't want to be accused of not following the direction of the group.
This is just my suggestion. I don't think we've gotten there yet, but I
understand.
Yeah, I think that I think that it creates some ambiguity for people, and I think that we're looking to have a compromise article, and I think that if we just redefined hosted stays to include family members, I think that it would be more sensible, and I think that we would gather some support from that.
Okay.
And that's my thinking there. Matt?
Yeah, I agree with what you said, Dave. There's going to be, the problem with this whole entire issue is the confusion that this creates at town meeting. And people it's very easy to get confused and feeling that you're going to lose something that you have been doing, or et cetera. And you saw that last year. We've seen it at every instance. So this issue, just similar to the previous article on the houses, on the demolition, although this is obviously a lot bigger than that, but when you have people that are doing this much work, and it's the compromise article, and you feel that you want it to go to town meeting and become sort of the public hearing that it ends up becoming, because that's what ends up happening. You get all these different people talking, and trying to figure it out at town meeting. And it's hard for us to just say, oh, take no action or give a positive or not to adopt when it's that broad for the community to decide this. But we're in our 4th year discussing this, and it's got to end at some point because we're going to have a brand new thing to complain about in 2030. Just don't know what that is yet. Something's going to happen. So I just feel that it does need to be moved forward to town meeting with some kind of message from us that we agree with a lot of it, but not all of it, as Dave kind of indicated. I'm not sure what kind of an answer that is, Dave, but that's how I feel about it.
Great. Thank you, Nat.
John's got his hand up, Dave.
Yeah, John, and then I'll be right with you, Barry. John?
Yeah, I've been beating the drum about not making too many changes, but you don't want to sacrifice, you don't want to not do that in lieu of creating a good bylaw. And the other thing I would want to point out is, in a sense, the Zoning Board of Appeals, by making that finding as to accessory use, I do think has an element of buying some time for the town. And so if Article 1 does not pass at the annual town meeting, at the special town meeting, that would give time to have further discussions, tweak it, and as long as it receives a recommendation by the planning board, be brought back in May. I think there's less pressure on the town to sort of act necessarily, although it would be good if it passed at the special town meeting. The other thing I wanted to point out was that Jim Salter and I think Charity and I guess Stephen all feel that 4 should be changed, and say rather than operating it as a Nantucket Vacation Rental for 5 years, we would change that. They have to have owned the property for 5 years. So I don't know if that's a place where you want to go.
That is, no, thank you for bringing that back up. Yes,
Okay,
that's
so
the
we'll
change we're
change
interested in
that.
making.
Okay, so just so that everyone's on the same page here, what I have so far is delete operator from hosted stay, but say substitute immediate family members. Number 2, delete the definition of operator altogether, and any reference to operator throughout the rest of the bylaw. That's number 2. Number 3 would be, I'm just going to call it Jim's change to 4. We're going to delete 5. And we are going to add the garage apartment to 38-1. That's what I have so far.
No, I think that's accurate so far.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Barry?
Thanks. So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not operating in the most friendly environment at the moment. So I'm going to apologize for some background noise and stuff that may happen. But anyways, I think it's important to get these points across. Can anyone out there tell me definitively how many garage apartments or STRs? Definitively?
I can tell you one, Barry, through you, Mr. Chair.
No,
and I know there's been plenty others.
That's not
but I guess the question is, what's the relevance of the number?
The relevance of the number has to do with a really big thing, because there's a broad difference between 1 and 100. Just like corporate Can someone out there tell me exactly how many corporate STRs there are operating out there? Definitive.
I'll hold my tongue.
Yeah, no, look, Barry, I think that
just
that
bear
we're
with
not-
me. This is
we're allowing them in garage apartments. We're not looking to restrict them in
Yeah, I know,
garage.
but you're already circumventing where I'm trying to bring this to, okay? And I
Okay.
hear it. And this is, you know, no one's giving me a definitive answer. No one. Okay? There's a certain ambiguity that seems to keep coming up here. And I'm afraid we're almost into that stage of micromanagement by ambiguity. We keep tinkering and fine-tuning this thing without any clear sense whatsoever what and how many are going to be involved in the process. What if we're only 10 garage apartments? Are we, what are we doing at this point? And the problem is the more layers of complexity that we keep adding in, the worse and more nightmarish this thing becomes. And everyone is just sitting there scratching their head about what does that all mean? You know, the thing that I think we need to do is go back to where we started, have confidence in what town council has offered us without trying to make all these tweaks, get this thing in place so that people can understand it, and let's just throttle back a little bit until we can get some cold, hard, definitive data that begins to tell us what is exactly going on out there. And it's going to take a little bit of time to do that. But you'll go into it with a higher degree of confidence of, are we chasing small numbers or are they big numbers? And if it's a big number, what exactly are the problem areas? We can anticipate, and I've been listening to this, we're anticipating all of these potential problem areas, but we're not 100% sure about it. Okay? We're back to what we've talked about before, and it is a favorite phrase of mine: perfect should never be the enemy of the good. We're at good. We are at good right now. Let's step back. Let's get this thing onto the plate, make it such that people can agree and try to understand it. The fine-tuning will come later as we get all of the appropriate information together and understand what it really is that we're trying to control in the process. There's nothing to prevent us from doing that at town meetings. And if we've made a decision and it's, you know, it looks like the best thing and all of a sudden it's contrary to what we really should be doing, we could rescind it as well too. But in one way, shape, form, or another, let's get some cold, hard, solid facts underneath it at this point. I have to advocate that if this thing fails, okay, the problem you're going to run into is that we're going to be another year, 6 months to a year, trying to fine tune a heck of a lot of information again. We're going to go back through the process. And the problem is that the quote unquote, all these abuses out there are just going to continue to be there, if not get conflagrated into bigger things, or actually people find other loopholes. So that's what I'm trying to urge you all to do. Let's start somewhere, and let's not make it so convoluted. The convolutions can come later as we have concrete, definitive data. That's what we're missing right now. So that's that's what I'm going to advocate for you for all this. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. In all due respect, Barry, I feel that the changes we have made have not layered complexity, but have simplified this and stripped it down to a less complex and more straightforward article. And I 100% understand where you're coming from, but I think that what the changes we have made are going to give this the best chance to pass at town meeting. So. Stephen?
Through Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, obviously, if we do not need to address the exclusion aspect in number 8, by addressing garage apartments in number 1, we don't need to address it in number 8.
No.
And I also wanted to clarify my own error in reading the definition of hosted stay, and I do see that it includes short-term rental. So disregard that error on my part. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Barry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So through you to town council, John, are we at a good degree of confidence here at this point, or have we conflagrated and convoluted this thing to a stage of like, oh my God?
Well, Barry.
Yeah, please.
I'm not going to be your fall guy here.
No,
but seriously, I think these changes that we've just discussed. Now, this may come back to haunt me, but I think they're manageable.
Okay.
In terms of not being overly complicated. And I think there's an argument to be made that it will be simpler, and most importantly, you may garner some additional support if you make these changes.
So, John, my intent was never to make you the fall guy here. My intent was to allow you to express your wisdom on this, seeing this on multiple levels where we may not always do that. So that really was my intent. You've been very.
Okay.
You've been.
No, I was just being facetious. You know.
I know you. I know you were, but I wanted
We're into hour 4 of this meeting. But yeah, so I think this is doable, Barry, in answer to you.
Good.
If you want to go much beyond it, then I may start getting agita, as they say.
I appreciate the candor, sir.
Great, Barry. You good now?
Good to go.
Thank you, Barry. So I would love a motion on this, but I would like John just to read through one more time the changes that we've decided on, just so that we're clear, and then we'll craft a motion on that, please.
So, I think, well, okay, I can do that, certainly. We are going to change the definition of hosted stay by deleting operator and substituting immediate family member. That's number 1. Number 2, we're going to delete the definition of operator altogether and delete any reference to operator throughout the rest of the bylaw. That's number 2, right?
Yep.
Number 3, we're going to amend section 4 to use Jim's suggested language about ownership rather than rental use. 6, we're going to delete 5. I'm sorry, that's 3. 4, we're going to delete section 5 altogether. And the 5th change, we're going to amend section 1 by adding a reference to garage apartment and allowing 2 out of the 3.
That's it?
That's what I have.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would just say thanks, John. I appreciate the summary, and I think that garage apartment thing is going to cover a lot of people.
Yep.
It's going to be very beneficial.
So, Mr. Chair, are you going to be continuing the public hearing, or certainly your deliberations, correct? Because what I would suggest is, rather than, I mean, it's up to you. I'm going to have to draft this up, and I'll do a red line change and send it to you through Leslie. I guess maybe you could all look at it, and if it's essentially what you've decided on, you wouldn't have to continue the deliberations. If you want to talk about it some more, you could certainly schedule another meeting. I guess that's what I would say.
John, my concern is the timeline, to be honest. We
Okay.
do have a backup meeting scheduled, but it would put us in conflict with the FinCom, and I just don't want to make people make a choice between coming to see us or going to a FinCom meeting. So I really would like to wrap this up tonight if possible.
So you could make a motion to presumably recommend Article 1, subject to the 5 changes to be drafted by town council. I mean, there's nothing, if it really doesn't work, then you may have to schedule another meeting, but if it's acceptable, then we just move on at that point.
We have faith in you, John. It's pretty
Okay.
straightforward. Yeah.
All right, I'll get right on this then.
All right. I'll make a motion. But first, John, you won't be the fall guy. We'll be the hunted.
Yeah,
Standing in
don't worry.
front of you. Don't worry about it.
We already own that position.
Okay.
Motion to adopt with the 5 amendments.
Second.
All right, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Is that who I
Yeah.
heard? Okay, by Nat. Joe.
Yes.
Nat.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I absolutely do not want to belabor this at all, but you did make reference to having a comment, saying you support the compromise, that you may not agree with all of it, but that it's a good article, or do you guys not want to do that?
Well, I mean, we gave it a positive recommendation.
Yeah, I'll
so
make that amendment. I'll add that.
yeah.
I think we got enough.
All right, just want to make sure.
Okay, no, that's
I'll
fine.
just add it on if that's what's required. Thank you.
You don't have to make a comment, I just wanted to confirm that you do or don't.
I'll cover all bases.
Okay, great. Good job, John. Thank you. Unfortunately, we're not done, so onward and upward. The next would be Article 2. I believe that's Charity's article.
Hopefully this will be shorter. I guess I was expecting you to ask me questions, but what I will do is make just a few comments in a manner of appreciation to Mr. Iverson. I want to say that we agree with your statement in 2020-22, when you acknowledge that there is a distinct possibility short-term rentals could decimate the island's housing stock in the future, and warn that we need to protect local neighborhoods from being gentrified. And then you went on to say the most important thing when it comes short-term rentals is how do we protect local neighborhoods from being bought up by off-island interests and turned into short-term rentals. And that's a quote. And that's why we have put Nantucket neighborhoods first. And that's why we wrote our article. Our article objectives, and this is what I read to the work group, but I'll read it again. I hate to have to do that and take time. My dog needs to be fed. Permit all property owners to short-term rent in the customary Nantucket tradition. In other words, we're not opposed to short-term rentals at all. In compliance with the recent land court decision and to reflect the mandates of Nantucket voters to prevent gutting 50 years of zoning protection in residential neighborhoods. 2, to protect Nantucket residential neighborhoods in the island community against investor-owned STR exploitation. 3, to preserve and promote the enjoyment of neighborhoods currently protected by the zoning bylaw to secure resident quality of life priorities. Prevent the hollowing out of residential neighborhoods through purchase of year-round homes by STR investors, leaving them empty in the off-season. Incentivize long-term rentals for residents misplaced due to conversion of long-term to short-term rentals. And manage residential neighborhood churn and gridlock caused by revolving door short-term stays by requiring limited changes in occupancy, particularly during July and August. And then, in the long run, reducing infrastructure impacts and damage that result in increased real estate taxes, and reinforce the obligation we all have to protect Nantucket's fragile environment and natural resources that continue to attract visitors to the island, who are the underpinning of our economy. And I do want to thank you for the changes you just made. I think it showed an openness and a willingness to consider input from the community, and I appreciate it very much. Our article follows on the heels of West Tisbury, which requires a 30-day residential requirement. Our article is based on that. It's based on the fact that if you have an owner who comes and spends time on Nantucket, they spend some money here, and they are part of the community, just like that one element of the other article was supposed to be. And our article deals with lots. It doesn't deal with owners. So what we try to do is incentivize long-term rentals or residential use. And then that qualifies for permission to short-term rent. So our article essentially says if a lot owner or a family member is in the house for 32 days, they automatically get 28 days to short-term rent. We do not, as I think everybody knows, agree with putting a Y in the residential zones in the use chart. One of the reasons is we have not even been able to get the registry up and running. We have no confidence that anything that's written will be enforced. That's what's sort of gotten us into the trouble that we're in right now. And if you have no enforcement, there's no faith. And so when you go to the voters in September, in about 2 months, that's what's going to be in the back of their minds. And that's what is in the backs of the minds of the people who support our organization. And there are hundreds of them, and they're all voters. That's the basic. I will speed this up. The lot is used for residential use at least 32 days per calendar year, and in return for that, you get 28 days of short-term and automatic. For every additional 28 calendar days of occupancy, residential use beyond the minimum, you get another 7 calendar days. On lots, our article says on lots with multiple dwellings, the accessory short-term rental limits set forth herein are cumulative of all dwelling units on a lot, and there shall be only one dwelling unit used at a time. That was our article to begin with. We are flexible on that. We gave up on, in the meetings, we discussed the whole issue of minimum stays versus as a metric to limit short-term rentals as opposed to transfers of occupancy. And we all agreed that transfers of occupancy was probably the best guardrail. And so we can go along with what you just came up with. Of course, all of this is very likely to be amended on the floor of a special town meeting. Our recommendation was 8 changes of occupancy per calendar year. And so what you have is 8 changes in July and August now. And then the boilerplate, all accessory short-term rentals shall be registered with the town. It's in every one of the articles. And our exemptions or that all short-term rentals occurring during any time when the lot is owner-occupied shall be permitted as a right and exempt from the limitations set forth in this provision, except for 1D, and that happened to have been the minimum number of nights, and that we conceded. So that is pretty much our article, and but we did say that all of the short-term rentals in residential districts are prohibited. Our objective is, was, will be, has been to protect neighborhoods. What you said.
don't disagree with it. I think there's many
And
tools to do it.
the issue that I think has to be proven to the voters in this town is that if there are bylaws, general bylaw, that it's going to be enforced. Without enforcement, you will not have the confidence of the voters. So that's our article. It's pretty simple, straightforward, and it promotes people coming to Nantucket, promotes the economy, it promotes people who own property to be here and be part of the community.
Great, thank you.
Questions?
Board members have questions? Nat or Barry? Just questions, we can deliberate later. Direct questions.
Boy, I haven't had that one in a long time.
You guys are good?
Yep.
Okay, great. I don't think we have any questions at the moment.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Comments, concerns?
Yeah, I just have a problem with the all short-term rentals in residential districts are prohibited. I don't know, I can't get around that one. So, no.
Yeah, no, I mean,
It's my big hang-up.
For me, I just find it too restrictive, to be honest with you. I think that I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but I think that limiting, let's just say, for instance, somebody rents for 8 months long-term to doctors or whomever, correct? You're limiting them to a max of 8 weeks regardless. And I think that that's not fair, to be honest with you. I think that if you rent 8 months of the year to a long-term renter, that you should have the right to, in true accessory fashion, rent as much as you want the rest of the year.
8 months would be, let's say that the owner's in there for the 32 days, and they would get their 28 days, or the 28 days. And then if they long-term rent, they get 1 week of STR for every month. So if you have the owner there for, comes for May or June or something like that, and then they would be able to rent, and then they don't want to rent to a doctor or a teacher or something, they would get 8 additional weeks of STR, so they're up to 12.
I think yours restricts them to 8 total year-round. I mean, 8 total change of occupancy.
Oh, changes of occupancy,
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
so,
yes.
yeah,
No, I
so-
was talking about how many, I mean.
Yeah, I just think
they
it's not
could-
realistic.
It's okay.
I get what you're doing, but for me, I think if you rent, I mean, and in true accessory fashion, right?
Yeah.
If you rent for 8 months, you should be able, if you long-term rent for 8 months, you should be able to short-term rent for 7 months and 30 days, if it's true accessory in short-term fashion. And so I think that your intention is good. I think it's too restrictive. And I think it'll be hard to meet the 2/3 is my concern. I think we need to balance. We need to balance it to make it work for us as an island and for an economy. We need to balance the needs of everyone here, right? And I just feel that yours is less balanced than the other two.
Well, we'll certainly find that out.
Yeah, we will. So, anybody else? Nat?
I just want to say, honing in on the things we agree on, especially in the previous article, which took an hour to get to that or longer, is the key to this if we're going to get anything to pass. And I'm not disparaging other articles. I'm just saying that having like a laundry list, a menu of different ones that are all, equally, I don't want to say equally, but all a little bit confusing in one way or the other, or a lot to grasp at this special town meeting for everyone to get to wrap their head around. I think it would be better for the voters to focus on the one that has the best parts in it.
Well, the thing that I would just like to comment on that, and I think one of the reasons that Article 59 failed and failed so badly is because of opening up the residential neighborhoods to unfettered short-term rentals. And I think that is a problem for an awful lot of voters. And that's what I
Right.
think had the outcome.
Okay, so the proponent of this article has caused me to have to say something I haven't said yet. 97% of the island is in residential zoning. To let that sink in to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat.
Campbell Sutton.
Campbell, you are on. You will need to unmute.
Campbell? Keep trying, Campbell, and we're gonna see if anyone else has comments, and we'll come back to you.
Board members?
Anybody else in the public?
Campbell, check your volume.
Campbell, it says you're muted. I just want to take a moment to ask John Giorgio a question if I could. John, can you hear me, John? You thought you were off the hook, but you're not.
Yes, sir.
So, John, I just wanted to ask you, in your opinion, would the occupancy requirement in Article 2 pass muster with the AG?
I don't think that is necessarily a problem. You know, the Attorney General really reviews bylaws primarily for consistency with state law. And if you're getting, Dave, at the question of would it violate the Interstate Commerce Clause, the Attorney General is not likely to disapprove a bylaw based upon a federal constitutional concern. She very well might include a comment about that, but it's a comment pursuant to the approval. So I think the real question is whether or not the occupancy requirement would create a potential constitutional violation under the Commerce Clause and subject the bylaw to a legal challenge. And the answer to that question is it's better than restricting it to the primary residence of the owner. That I think there's pretty clear case law now that is a violation of the Commerce Clause. Occupancy, I think, is a bit less clear, but it would still potentially subject the bylaw to a challenge. I'm sorry for being so long-winded, but that's my answer.
Okay, no, I know it's not an easy one. Campbell, are you with us? Campbell, can I suggest that if there's someone in the room you could text them your question and they could, or your comment, and they could repeat it?
Can I buy her 30 seconds?
You certainly can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I think I don't want to speak for the board, but I just want to say I appreciate the fact that Charity, you put so much time and energy into this. I do have some disagreements with some of the language. I think, I'm not going to get into detail on it. I don't think you've outlined your position, and I think you've done that well. And I don't think I'm going to sway you on those merits, but I am curious. You seem to have, in working with the work group, is there a tacit implication that you support Article 1? I just want to be clear. My understanding, that's all.
I'll have to ask them. I am a spokesperson.
Gotcha.
I deliver the message. And I think that the crux of our concern will remain the Y in the use chart.
Mm-hmm.
We would be happy with an A, but Y appears to get hackles up and be cause a lot of conversation. So, I mean, I think that is the primary tripping wire that exists for our group. And like I said, we have hundreds, and they feel free to express their opinions.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate your sharing.
That's a good answer. All right, Campbell, this is your last shot. We got to get moving here. Oh, now she's disappeared. Oh, she's back. Campbell?
I'm not sure what's going on, Mr. Chair. I've asked her to unmute a few times. I don't know if it's a technical issue on her
I
end.
think it's technical. This isn't the first time we've had a technical issue with Campbell. I wish she'd stayed in the room, but
Her hand went down. Oh, there you go.
I think
But she's still muted.
we've done the best we can.
I'm going to move her back.
Is she back?
No, her hand's gone up and down a few times, and I removed her permission to talk. We've given enough time to try and figure out the unmute there.
I would agree. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Don't sign that.
I'm not.
But-
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. On to the merits.
I'm gonna make a motion to take no action based on what Stephen said earlier, where you make a comment and someone piggybacks and adds something. So Nat, your 90+% is residential on Nantucket. I just really think this is gonna be really problematic and kind of a heavy lift for anyone to kind of get through. So I'd like to make a motion to take no action.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I was hoping to say something before we went there.
Oh, okay. Why don't, could we do a second for discussion, or?
Sure, whatever you want. I mean, I just.
Or why
have
don't we
to-
just withdraw the
I'll
motion?
withdraw my motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Just
Go
a
ahead, Barry.
moment. A moment. I just want to discuss something because I'm a little fuzzy. Through you to the proponent on this thing, what is the rational nexus as to why we would want to do this? I'm still a little fuzzy on that one. So I want to be really clear about if we were to enact this, what's the outcome? What is it meant to do in the broader scope?
Okay, this question is for you. Do you understand what he's asking?
The objective is to carry on the Nantucket tradition of renting. Am I saying something wrong?
No, I can't hear you, but can you
Oh, my, well, that's a problem.
It's
Is that
working.
better?
That's perfect. Yeah, no, you're not saying anything wrong. I just couldn't hear you.
No.
Okay, the objective is to continue on accessory use, and it is to continue building a community and retaining that community. And it is designed to modulate the exploitation of Nantucket's neighborhoods. And as I said before, and I think even Barry said this, once we see the registry established and we see the bylaws enforced, I think we're going to have a whole new scenario. But if we do not enforce whatever it is that's passed, this is going nowhere. I mean, so that is essentially what we're trying to accomplish, a sensible short-term rental opportunity. I mean, in the face of almost every other resort community limiting short-term rentals, we're exploding them, or we're not exploding them, but we're certainly not in a position at the moment to manage them effectively.
Okay, so if I may, so the exploitation by residential people or through corporate, I'm just, again, trying to get my head wrapped around this.
Well, I think if there's a short-term rental and it's owner occupied, or it's appropriately managed, and that's next door, I think many people have had positive outcomes of having neighbors who are responsible and who, I mean, I have a short-term rental in Maine, okay? And I have wonderful people. They take better care of my house than I do. But that's not always the case here. And we've heard, I don't know how many terrible behavior problems. And so if there is enforcement, if somebody calls and, there's a little bit of a commotion, heard of something on Cato Lane, hundreds of people under a tent. Okay, that's in a residential neighborhood. And that is not what people, I mean, I'll tell you a story. Russ Morash, who is a personal friend of mine who just died, came on island last year. And he said, Charity, what has happened to this place? So we have an opportunity to manage the growth of STRs and make sure that they take place where it's appropriate. And so that's what our objective is.
Okay, I can appreciate that, but I'm still back. I'm still back. What?
No,
Barry finished.
Want to say,
Barry finished.
I'm back to the quantification of data. And I, like everything, there's always everything has a horror story or a series of horror stories attached to it. Be it traffic, be it things with, I'm sorry, Matt, the steamship authority. But the overarching picture is what I'm looking for. And so that's okay. I'm just trying to get.
I think I just gave it to you, Barry. Okay. It's quality of life and managed growth.
Amen.
So, all right, that's okay. Thank you. Respectfully, I'm going to say you haven't, but that's okay.
Barry, you all set?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Okay.
Matt, did you want to speak?
no, not at all, actually.
All right, so back to where we were with the motion.
Motion not to adopt this article.
Take no action.
Second,
Take no action, sorry.
Okay, take no
take
action.
no action, yeah. Second,
All right, great. So motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right, great. On to number 3, which would be you guys' article, correct? Oh, it's 3 Steves? Okay, so Steve doesn't have anyone to represent him here. Oh, where are you going to? Okay, great, perfect.
I'll make it very brief. Our intention was to ask you to take no action on this and throw our weight behind Article 1.
Great, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Good, I can get to the vote tonight. Okay.
Don't count on it. Any public would like to comment on this?
Mr. Chair,
Motion.
we had Matt Peel's hand up, but now it's back up.
Okay.
Sorry, I meant to lower it. I had it up on the previous article, but I will put it up.
I'm sorry I missed you, Matt, but alrighty. So entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Mr. Chairman, I hear that people are asking for no action. Do you just wanna, I don't feel like we actually hit the public room. Maybe there's no more public comment. You're there, you can see it.
Yeah, I offered it, there is nobody here, and the proponent has asked for a take no action, so.
Otherwise, I say yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm a yes as well.
Based on Mr. Murray's recommendation, take no action.
Alrighty, do you have a second?
Second.
I'm going to give that one to Barry. Motion made by Joe, seconded by Barry. Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. On to Article 4, correct?
That was my fault.
Come on, Grant.
So if the board wants to discuss the merits of this article, I'm not going to stop you, but I also think you should vote to take no action on this article with the understanding that if Article 1 fails and Charity's article fails, I probably will call my article and offer a positive motion, trying to strip down the soapbox derby car to just its wheels and its steering wheel, and hopefully we'll get something across the finish line. But if Article 1 succeeds or Charity's article succeeds, I will withdraw my call.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thanks, sir. Is there any comments from the public?
Make a motion to close the public hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As for the merits,
Motion to take no action, sir.
Second.
motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That's it for the STR articles. Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Kitchener. We're on to Article 9. Again, this is a Cohen article, so he's not really here to introduce it, and you're not, no, okay. So what do I do here?
I'm just trying to get to that page, just 1 second.
22.
22. Okay, so this is Article 9. It's a citizen petition proposed by Attorney Cohen, as you know, a zoning bylaw amendment for an apartment community. And I don't know how closely you all have taken a look at this, but staff has quite a few concerns with it. It adds a lot of density, somewhat unrestricted, in a lot of different zoning districts. The bylaw itself is really repetitive with other sections, so it would need some work And overall, we just feel that this isn't consistent with the town and country concept at all. So we would recommend that you take no action, and if, we can work on something with Mr. Cohen for a future town meeting, maybe something can come out of that.
Great. No, I agree. I mean, to think that we're going to allow apartments in LUG-1, 2, and 3 is pretty scary for me. And just based on that, and apartments in the country overlay is a non-starter for me. So I think there could be some merit to this warrant article, but I think it needs some work. So, board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
sorry to bug you, but I just want to check through staff and through town council on the last few things that we did with the STRs on 1, 2, 3, and 4, even though some of them were to take no action. Did we still have to specify quantum of vote in all those?
Even if it's take no action?
Yeah, I just want to be sure that I'm just making sure we dotted our I's and crossed our T's here with all
No,
that.
that's a good call, Barry. So should we re-vote those?
It's 2/3 by default.
It's 2/3, but okay.
It's 2/3 by default.
And we stated it in the one that we gave a positive recommendation.
All right. Like I said, I just want to be very
No, I
cautious.
think no, very good call, Barry.
Thank you.
That's a great call, because despite if it sounds like you may not support this, this would be a
Be
50%.
50%, okay. And we'll, even though we're not support it, we'll make sure that.
Just-
I'm going to go to the public unless you want to keep going, Barry.
No, sir, all yours.
All righty. Any public comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I just briefly wanted to thank staff for their comments and recommendations and support what's already been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Anybody else from the public?
Yes, online we have Kristen Erickson.
Okay. Looks like you have Erica's hand up first.
No,
No?
Kristen's hand was up and then Erica's was.
Oh, okay, perfect.
It's in order on the screen.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Kristen.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
All right, I don't know if you can see me. I apologize. I was there earlier. I had to leave because I have a 14-year-old dog that was literally going to pass out from hunger, as was I. But that STR stuff's very important, so I can appreciate the time. Yes, I definitely am in support of not moving this forward at this time regarding the apartment. I live on Skyline Drive and have since 2007, and I don't even understand really how this is even being proposed. We have 2-acre minimums. That's what we've always had. That's why my husband and I purchased this property. That's why other neighbors in this very small community purchased the properties for, because they were
Erickson?
large. Yes.
Can I, we're on the apartment community article. We haven't gotten to the zoning change articles. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so maybe I'm just super
But you're on
excited
the wrong
and getting ahead of the line, getting ahead of myself.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's good. So just stay
You're
tuned
making me
and
miss the
come
boat.
back. Okay?
I will. Sorry about that. I apologize. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm starving.
That's all right. We get it. Trust me. Campbell Sutton? Oh, is it Erica?
Erica's up next.
Erica Mooney?
Hi, thanks for the comments from staff. That's very well taken. I think you all got a copy of my letter that I submitted last week.
Erica, we're not on those articles yet. We're on the apartment.
I
Article
know,
9.
in my letter addressed Article 9,
Oh, okay. All right.
if it was read. So, anyway, I'm just happy to hear that people don't seem to be in favor of it. And I will say too that I attended the Surfside Association meeting on Saturday, and they also voted to recommend no action on this article. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Erica. Campbell now?
And next up we have Campbell Sutton.
Hi, Campbell.
Did it work?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Don't hit anything.
I'm telling you, I'm not moving. So I appreciate staff's comments on this, and I'd just like to sort of reinforce when they are working on this to iron out whatever issues they have. I know people are worried about LUG-1, LUG-2. Personally, I believe the way I read it in R-10, which is where I happen to live, so I have a lot of experience with that size lot. To have 5 apartments on 10,000 square feet is overdense. As you know, I always have these concerns about, mental and physical well-being when people are being crammed together. And I just think the R-10 is either it's too small or the 2,000 square foot allowance is too small. So that's my concern as this moves forward through a different process. But I do appreciate the take no action on this, and I'm just thrilled I was able to get through. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell. I appreciate your comments.
We already said no to it at the beginning.
Okay, anyone else with the last call for the public on this?
Motion to close, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. On to the merits.
And
Motion to take no action.
Second.
Hold on.
I think on this one, you do have to make the housing choice designation, even if your motion
Okay.
is to take no action.
So include a
Okay.
simple majority housing choice.
Including that in my motion.
And I agree with that.
First and second. Cool.
Was that a second?
Yeah.
Okay,
Barry
great.
seconded.
That's- yeah.
Nat made the motion, Barry seconded. Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All righty. Okay, we are on to Article 10, zoning map amendment. You want to introduce this, please, Leslie?
Article 10, this is a zoning map change from CN to R5. This is to correct an error on the zoning map. The parcel that is subject to the rezoning should have been in the R5 zoning district all along. It's part of the Sandpiper Workforce Housing Community. It was permitted as R5, all the special permits reference R5, and then there was an error with the map that everyone thought was corrected, but this parcel was left out. So this would simply put it back into the correct residential zoning district, and it would fix a major permitting problem for the current owner.
Great, and it wouldn't change the field of
Doesn't
play
change
at all.
anything. All the permits, it's just, again, an error on the map.
Housekeeping.
Board questions? No?
No.
Public comments? We don't have anyone, Meg. Okay.
Motion to close the public.
Second.
Okay.
Motion to close and,
No.
go ahead.
Motion to close public hearing.
I already said that.
Oh, did you?
Second.
So why, where was the second?
I don't know, because Megan did stop me.
Oh, was that Barry that made the second?
No,
Nat. Okay, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As to the merits, don't forget to include the housing choice.
Someone else want to go?
All-star, buddy.
No, Barry wants to step up. Motion to adopt with the.
Yeah, well, yeah, positive
Yeah,
recommendation.
with the positive recommendation and the simple majority.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by John. Joe?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Great. We are on to Article 11. There's been a change here. Mr. Maury is no longer the proponent of this article, so the proponent isn't present. You need,
Okay, I just want to make a quick point that I'm not in a butter to these properties, but they are in my neighborhood, so I'm not going to be participating at all.
all right, Meg, will you just describe this article for everyone, please?
Kelly, can you pull up the map, please? Thank you. So this article proposes to change the current zoning district from LUG-2 to R-5. That's what's being proposed.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna give the board a shot here first before we go to the public. Oh, really? Well, I'm gonna throw a thought out there from my fellow elected officials, is that I personally have heard clearly in the past 2, maybe even 3 town meetings that people do not, the community as a whole is not in favor of downzoning. I think it was evident on Rugged Road and Cobble Court this past town meeting. And so for me, as an elected official, I think I feel that the community has spoken and that I was elected to listen to the community. So for me, I have a really difficult time with this downzoning. Anybody else? Everyone abandon me after that? All right, let's go to the public. We are on 11, yes. It's 44 Skyline Drive.
And Mr. Chair, I'm not sure about in the room, but we have 3 hands raised online.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I guess. Donna Marie Quinn Hedges, 71 Skyline Drive. Who's putting this together?
This would be probably the owner of the property.
And that is?
That is Clifford Williams.
But I understood that, is it you now that own that property, or? No.
No.
Okay.
I think things have changed, but I'll let Stephen explain it.
All right.
Yeah, so at the time that the warrant articles were due, there was some conversation with Cliff Williams about potentially selling the property, and those talks didn't move forward. So that's why I'm not interested in moving forward with this article or representing it. But I did have a conversation with Cliff this morning, and I know he intends to call the article at town meeting.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. I think your comments are still important, especially if Clifford wants to call this. I think that you should get your comments on the record, ma'am.
Okay, so does this mean that if Clifford does call this, if he did want to bring the sewer in down there, that neck of,
This is just for the zoning change.
For the zoning,
We don't
I'm
see
sorry,
the sewer.
excuse me.
That's at FinCom, yeah.
to R5, that's what he wants to do?
Yes.
R5? I don't see how that would help any of our neighbors. We have increased traffic, people speeding. And if he was thinking about putting it on the sewer, whatever it is, it would become a financial burden on the homeowners to afford to tie into the sewer.
All those are true.
And in addition to that, we just went through water pipes being put down. They came from, well, Monahanset, so-and-so and so-and-so, Webster, Skyline. And, you know, I remember saying, okay, this is a good thing. We've put up with the PFAS. We understand that we have to have the water out there, but For us, we're trying to figure out how we can all tie in, whether we have one property or two properties. But I guess after everything was mowed down, I remember the men that were working there, were very nice guys. I said to him, if I put down some seeds, which I threw a lot of seeds, like Johnny Appleseed, lupins, he said, they'll come up. I said, can you please tell me that you will be putting down some pretty grass, not anything, let's, whatever you want to call it, weeds or whatever. Well, all you have to do now is go all along in Monahans Road, not all of it, but mostly on Webster Road and going down to where it's on Skyline Drive. It's full of, as if it wasn't bad enough with the PFAS, now we have to put up with something called the devil's weed. There's plenty of names for it, but what it is, it's a fast-growing, toxic, very, very toxic, invasive weed that looks almost like a bell shape of a...
Knotweed, is that what it is?
It's very noxious, it's toxic. People, if they have children, if they touch it, they'll get sick. It can spread. I mean, Emily's here, she's part of the land council. I was told maybe I should have contacted some of the other people, but it has to be taken out. And at this time of the year, how are we supposed to do it? You're not supposed to touch it with your hands. You have to wear gloves, boots, et cetera, et cetera. But if people have dogs or children or walking or whatever, this is very, very bad. And I'm kind of upset about it.
I don't blame you.
And what can we do about it? Because it's spreading all around. It's going down our cow. It's not good.
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer, but I feel your frustration.
Okay, I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Patrick Tafe, 21 Okawah. Mr. Chair, I was very happy to hear what you had to say. Yes, people really do oppose the downzoning. I remember when the neighborhood was created, 3M Realty Trust, Skyline Drive, Monahans, Okawah. And to me, it was a dream back then to be able to live somewhere like that. And I've actually been on Okawah since 1993. And Nat and I go back and forth sometimes about these large lots. Well, I feel it's a privilege to be on a large lot. And I certainly don't want to see any more zoning changes. South of my lot, everything changed a number of years ago from LUG-2 to LUG-1. And I'm just afraid it's the creep. But Nat said to me, well, Pat, when you're not here, who can afford that big lot? And I actually said to Nat, I don't care. Nobody gave it to me. I worked hard for it, as did everyone in the neighborhood. I don't want to see LUG-2 disappear on Nantucket. As a builder, I don't think we need more houses on Nantucket. Do we have a workforce housing problem? Yes. So there's some housing issues, but to do something like this on Woodbine is a travesty. We've already been assaulted just north of us with the Richmond group with the 500 units, maybe. I don't want to see any more downzoning. It's not fair to any of the property owners who chose to be where we are. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Have anyone online?
Yes, we have Erica Mooney.
Welcome back, Erica.
Thank you. So Clifford Williams, who apparently is the new proponent, tried to get a zoning reduction passed through town meeting a couple of years ago. At that time, I had sent a letter to the planning board requesting a negative recommendation. That request of Clifford's didn't get passed at town meeting, thankfully. I'm not really sure what he thinks has changed since then. I would say that my father-in-law, Bob Mooney, was one of the people who helped develop this area. And I spoke to him when I first was looking at buying my house on Skyline. And we talked about the large lot sizes. And he was very specific, saying, we created those intentionally. And I realize that some people can't afford to live in this area. But like Pat, I worked really hard to be able to come in here. I like it because it has a large lot. I have a lot of privacy. And I feel really, really lucky to live here. And I'm not trying to, say that no one else can live in this neighborhood, but to downzone to this extent is awful. And I really urge you to please align with your chair and vote to not take any action on this article. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have up Kristen Erickson.
There we go.
Hi.
Welcome back, Kristen.
Thank you. I figured I'd actually speak up to the correct article. Just in support of my neighbors, I live on Skyline with my husband since 2007, and we are absolutely opposed to increasing the number of housing units that they want to install on 44. It's a very quiet, small neighborhood, and we're surrounded by busy areas. I mean, we're surrounded by a lot of roads that people are using to get to the airport. We're surrounded by a very dense neighborhood that's off on Old South. We don't need to take our one road and suddenly start saying, okay, no more 2 acres. We're going to move it to 5,000 square feet. We're just so opposed to that. And I just wanted to get that on record for the right article.
Thank you.
And last up, we have Darla Stuckey.
Welcome, Darla.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what everyone else said. I live on Woodland Drive, actually, around the corner from where the proposal is on Skyline. But the way I read the Woodland Drive, 13A Woodland Drive plans, it looks like 160 more people on our cul-de-sac. I just am flabbergasted. So no, I would not like that. It's a small cul-de-sac of about, I don't know, maybe 30 people regularly on that street. So, and my lot is actually half acre, not 2 acre, but most of the lots on that street are half acre. There's a couple that are bigger, I think. So I just wanted to add my disappointment.
Well, you should temper your disappointment, but we appreciate your opinion.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Campbell Sutton also has her hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Well, if Campbell's audio works, we're gonna go with her.
Good evening, all. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time, and this is on a different tangent to a degree. As you know, I'd already be opposed to this downzoning in this area, but so one of my concerns that goes to more than just this article is sort of this broad use of Governor Healy's I don't even know what to call it, but her permission to, create intensified living situations through majority vote. And I think in some of these situations, such as Skyline Drive, that's an inappropriate use of that that regulation or that proposal on her part. And I just find that it seems to be being used broadly without consideration to the neighborhoods in which it's being used. And so I would just urge everyone that's listening, if you're opposed to this, realize that this is a majority rule. So you need to get out the vote for a no on these downzoning things if you plan on having an impact. So that's what I'd like to say, and I appreciate your time, and especially your time tonight. You guys have been doing yeoman's work, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. Just briefly wanted to echo many of the concerns of the surrounding neighbors, and also for those of you who haven't done the calculation, this would essentially turn what's now one lot into a potential 20 lots on this site, moving down to 5,000 square foot zoning. So I think just, again, raising the concern about how the implications that that has on surrounding infrastructure. And then also just wanted to raise for the board's consideration that my understanding is that changing from LUG-2 to R5 is essentially moving from the country district to the town district, and that there don't seem to be associated articles to make that change at town meeting, which also seems problematic from a planning perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone else online?
Mr. Chairman, can I just say something? We're all in agreement, everyone. We are, okay? Totally in agreement on this and the next one. So this is a bigger conversation down the road. You know, in this type of area would require a whole entire neighborhood conversation to make that any kind of change, even to like one, forget about R5. So we've already had those discussions with Evergreen and other areas. So.
Great.
Is there anyone else, Billy, on there?
We don't have anyone online. I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to close the public hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
I just want to say that I agree with Erica. Article 9, I just kind of is linked to this. So I get her letter and I. No.
You're throwing me under the bus, huh?
No, on my notes, it has Article 13 and 14. So I was like, this is all linked. And then now, what are we on, 10, 11? So I just feel like this, or 11 and 12, sorry. But I just feel like there's, I don't think they're intended to be linked, but I feel like this is going to be the doorway. And yeah, I'm not up for this downsizing and zoning. It's just, yeah, it's a bad read. I agree with the overlay complications as well. So yeah, I'm not for this. I don't know what else thinks, but.
I just feel this neighborhood has bared enough of a burden with Richmond that it's almost insult to injury.
Is that a second, Joe?
Second?
Do you want a second? I'll give you a second.
Wait, did you?
You even know you made a motion?
Yeah.
Didn't I make a motion to close? I thought I did.
We already voted on that.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
You're at home with food and warmth.
I am not. I've got to go to the boat. Have to go to the boat.
Probably already had
Half
dinner.
hour.
I know. Now I know why you two at the edge wears a hat all the time.
Okay, back to the reality here. Any board members have any more comments or concerns? Anyone in the, I close that. So I would entertain Stephen?
I just wanted to get a word in edgewise, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this is pretty clear that this type of a down zone is inappropriate. And I wanted to say that the lack of comments doesn't mean that we're supporting this article.
Right.
It's that seems to us to be a foregone conclusion. Thank you.
Correct.
So I'd entertain a motion that would also cite the voting metric, please.
Go ahead, Nat.
I'll make a motion with that to adopt.
Go ahead. Go ahead, second.
All right, motion made by Nat, seconded by John. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. On to the final one of the evening. I know some public that called in were confused between 11 and 12. We hear you loud and clear. We know what you were talking about. There's no need to call back in unless you want to, and then you're welcome to. So, Stephen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would just urge you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the board and everybody listening to consider this as a wholly different parcel and property and situation than the one that we just talked about. If we could show a satellite image of what we're talking about here. Okay, sorry about that. But we are looking at the property that is directly abutting Cape Cod Express and directly abutting Coca-Cola's distribution center and Richmond Meadows Phase, I don't know, 3, Part 2, I think, the last section of their apartments. And it's a really dense, I mean, it's, I read the language in some of the neighbors' letters, which are important concerns all, from traffic to maintaining the character of the neighborhood. But, you know, the character of the neighborhood in this location that we're talking about is not a character worth saving. I mean, it's just not. And I also sent to Mr. Saad and Megan, to you also, a preliminary conceptual plan for what is possible in the R5 zoning district, but not possible in others. And where did R5 come from? It's a huge leap, right? It came from a conversation with Andrew Vorse dating back about 3 years ago when I started looking at this property. This site in particular was mentioned in the latest edition of the town's housing production plan as a site that is suitable or should be considered for housing. And so that is my interest in the property. There are other opportunities. If the town and the neighborhood are not interested in this becoming housing, then it won't be, or it will. It'll become different housing. It's half in half-acre zoning and half 2-acre zoning. And so it'll be housing of some sort, and it will be clean, and it'll be better than what it is today. And it doesn't have to look like this. If people don't want economically accessible, small-scale cottages, then it doesn't have to be that. You know, I'm putting this forward as one option, one opportunity that people might like to see this 5 acres turn into. And if they don't like it, then that's okay with me. It really is. And I hear the neighbors loud and clear, and it's their neighborhood. I don't live there. So, you know, that's it. But I would say it's very different than what's essentially a blank canvas 2-acre parcel next door. So that's the pitch.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Board members, before we go to the public. Oh, all righty. Matt Deal, I guess. See the first in line? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to disagree with Stephen. I do commend him, with wanting to build some year-round housing. I think that's very commendable. Unfortunately, yes, there is a lot of the old wacky crap over there, but it is a neighborhood we're saving because the entrance and the exit for this project is still on Woodland, is still down zoning. It's still apartments, and it's still coming down Skyline. You also have Webster, which is basically a one-lane road going in and out to cut over to Skyline as well. And that's 80 units he's proposing there, or excuse me, 80 bedrooms, 40 units, and 100-car parking lot. Unfortunately, this is just not the neighborhood for that. And I'm also on the board of the Surfside Association, and like Ms. Mooney stated earlier, we voted unanimously, not a single person objected, that we oppose Article 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14. It's just, I don't think there's a person, I know I can fairly strongly say there's not a person that wants to see that much traffic, that many houses, that dense of a population added to this quiet neighborhood. Now, if you drive down Woodland right now, you would never even know all of that stuff was back there. So yes, it does abut that, but you can't see it through the trees. You can't see it through the forest over there. You would never know. Woodland is quiet as can be. There's deer everywhere. It's a great neighborhood. And so, and unfortunately, this is just not the area for it. I mean, we are already having problems. Like you said, we've been hit with the PFAS and all of that. And now that we have freshly paved roads, we have people speeding up and down. Well, imagine adding 100 cars to that as well. And so, unfortunately, you know, like I said, I commend Stephen for what he's trying to do. I cannot support this. The Surfside Association does not strongly does not support this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr.
Jay?
Chair?
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to add some additional context because it was up very briefly. And,
Okay.
you know, this isn't a public hearing on a subdivision plan. I understand that. But what we're talking about here, what we showed there, was approximately the same density as Sachem's Path with smaller scale structures. So one single story to a story and a half. And all of the points that Matt made, which are good ones, about not being able to see the junkyard from Woodland Drive. First of all, it doesn't change the fact that the junkyard's there, but all that existing vegetation would remain. What might open up some visibility into the neighborhood is if we were able to achieve that density. It requires the down zoning, I think it's actually up zoning to R5, and then it also requires a flex development where there'd be considerable open public space. So that's the only opportunity to make it visible from Woodland Drive, or you drive by it and not know. That's it.
No, listen, Stephen, I personally have a ton of respect for you, and I do believe what you're trying to, you're trying to do something that's good. It's to get around what the community wants right now, and that's, for me, sitting in this chair, that's the difficult part.
If I may, I'm certainly not trying to get around what the community wants to do. If the community doesn't want this, then I don't want to do it.
And
You
I
know, we're
hear
not
you.
going any other route than this.
Yeah. Great. Jay?
Thanks. Jay McConnell. I live 10 Woodland Drive. So Woodland came into being in the mid-'80s. It was Walter Glowacki's property. There's 12 houses, I think, on the street currently. Mr. Maury's looking to develop what we thought, all of us that live on the street, purchased, bought in, were going to be 4 more half-acre lots developed. I even had heard as recently as 5 months ago that the previous owner was looking to sell them as lots, and they could thus be developed, keeping Woodland quiet, as it has been for 30 years. We have had to deal with the PFAS out onto Skyline Drive, that all the piping that went in, I believe the airport paid for. And so we've had great upgrades, but that doesn't necessarily mean we need to then add cars to that wonderful street that had been falling apart for years and years and years. Anybody that drove through there saw the puddles, and it was a mess. And it's getting better, as is what Richmond has done. Just if you went vertically 100 feet up in the air from my house, you would see the new Richmond development. The junkyard is gone. The junkyard is on the way to being gone. The only junk left is actually on Mr. Maury's property at this point, which I'm sure he's working on. But it's not, Woodland is not an eyesore. I don't think anyone wants to become part of Richmond. We've been a nice buffer between LUG-2 and commercial. I don't know why we have to go from 12 houses, roughly 40 cars a day, to 40 houses and probably 100 cars. That's comical. And I also understand that these buildings were going to have full basements, which ultimately would have been developed. So I think our fear is all the traffic that was going to have to park their cars. There wasn't going to be enough parking for all those 40 houses. It wasn't going to happen. Those cars are going to spill out onto Woodland. They're going to spill out onto Skyline. And we've already had Clay Street opened up, and that's going to already create more traffic through Skyline. But, well, it's coming, is it not, Dave?
No.
Never going to
it's not.
open? If it
was not
does,
our- It
we've-
was never our intention to open it. Our
Right.
intention was to create access.
Right, well, so we're already getting more access as it is, and if you can imagine adding 40 dwellings that are supposed to be year-round for the working man, I don't know how the working man's gonna afford them anyway. So I think that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But the reality is that it's just too much density. I mean, it's going from 0 to 100 in about a second, and it doesn't make any sense. And as I say, we have density in the Richmond development, and we're already feeling some of that, but the concept of adding 40 homes that will spill, they'll come right onto Woodland. If you look at his plan, nothing goes towards Great Point, towards Richmond, nothing goes out onto Skyline. All those cars are gonna come onto Woodland Drive. And so I'm obviously very much against it. And I think four lots developed like the rest of the street, wonderful. A lot of money to be made for the developer. And so that's my piece.
Great. Thank you, Jay.
We have Erica Mooney online.
Welcome back, Erica.
Thank you. I'm really glad that Mr. Maury said that this is our neighborhood and he doesn't live there. Because not a single person who signed his article lives there either and doesn't have to live with the consequences of the potential build out that he's proposing. To say that Woodland is not good, and I know he probably just means his lot in particular, but Megan, I'm wondering if you could bring that aerial view back up real quick. By any chance?
Mr. Chair, that is what I meant. It's that, my property, not
No, I know what you meant.
Can you take it off of Google Satellite and go to aerial imagery and go to 2011, 2012? Oh, sorry, 1998. So I know we're going way back, but look at that. Not a junkyard, a residential lot. And as you keep going forward, 2011, 2012, which we saw just really briefly, there's a little bit of junk coming in. And then if you click on 2018, when Richmond bought the Glowacki property, bam, we have an instant unpermitted junkyard in the neighborhood that's not been enforced, that has just been to the detriment of the community. Now, one of the things that's been good is that there is that big buffer. And, you know, I'm sorry that Stephen bought a junkyard that isn't permitted. But I think that he needs to build within existing zoning. I don't think anyone would bat an eye if he developed the half of the parcel that's in that's in R-20 as R-20, and the rest that's in LUG-2, you know, build a little estate if you wanted to, whatever, but you need to build within the existing density. I mean, the existing zoning, and keep our density down. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Anyone else in the public? Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Land and Water Council. Just briefly, again, echoing the same comments from before. I think in this instance, it might equate to maybe 39 or closer to 40 lots with the change down to 5,000 square foot. And would just echo the neighbors' concerns and also the lack of a corresponding article to address the country to town overlay district. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Arthur Gasparo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I filed a letter with you on the concerns, and I echo Ms. Mooney's concerns and very much appreciate the board's hopeful support to not adopt this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Okay.
Mary?
Thank
Hey.
you all. Mary Malavey, 6 Skyline. I think the issue here is a zoning issue. I don't care what the picture looks like of what would be on this lot potentially. We do not need R5 lots in this area. I think I was at the initial hearing when Woodland was drafted with the Glowacki family. They all agreed then to considerable lot size, one dwelling, and that was the neighborhood that we agreed to for us that were on Skyline Drive before Woodland was created. I'd like to see that continued, especially now for the wonderful people that live on Woodland. You may not realize that if you look at the zoning map, this, what is it, 13? This 13A is a little parcel in the middle of 13. That's, according to maps, and if I'm correct, according to the assessors, that's R-20, and of course, all the rest is LUG-2. If you move to the right of that, the boundary abuts 44 Skyline. So if zoning changes happen, it will just move down the street eventually. Town meeting in '22 didn't let that happen on 44. And PNEDC last week had these lots brought before you for inclusion in the sewer district. Happily, you pushed that back to the select board, which they're the governing body on that. And they are going to discuss that, I believe it's this week's meeting. So once you get these in the sewer district, everything else can open up. So I hope you would bring that to everyone's attention. I'll just echo all the letters on file in the packet. I agree with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I realized I misspoke. I'm not sure where I pulled 39 or 40 from, but I think I calculated 31 lots is what could be generated. I just didn't want to leave that out there incorrect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's a lot. It's a lot. Anyone else in the public that would like to make a comment on this?
Motion to close, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Fastest he's ever been. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As for the merits,
Mind if I go?
I'd love it if you would.
All right, I'll try and get started here a little bit. So clearly legitimate, just jotted down some notes here. Legitimate concerns come with this type of density that's proposed. However, I do appreciate the rationale with respect to this being a net improvement and working the project in the existing neighborhood residential, at least with respect to the Richmond side. Bear with me, folks. I'm not necessarily, I do appreciate the contrast of this to Skyline, which is nearby. However, it is different as this is in a residential zone. I mostly appreciate the intent and posture that Steve has. I'm not saying he's posturing, but the position he has taken to work the project that's acceptable to the community. I think it's refreshing. I appreciate the fact that, we're not hearing, well, it's going to be a 40B. I think those are important, and I think it's a testament to the work you're trying to do here as a community member. All that said, if I were voting on this, I wouldn't support it. I think it's premature, despite the fact that it is in a residential area, despite the fact that it would presumably end up with sewer and water, and we're not adding to tapping into our sole source aquifer or including creating septics and nutrient loads and so on and so forth. It's premature, and I think it's unfortunately premature in a bigger picture of We have a housing crisis, workforce housing crisis. I think as Pat said earlier, we don't need more housing. I'm sorry, we don't need more houses, but we do have a workforce housing issue. And it's unfortunate that timing, Matt, was that you? Hang in there, buddy.
A little bit, a little bit.
I feel like I'm at the earlier days with you at Capcom. Just hang in there one more minute. I think this could be a conversation starter in a way. You know, let's focus as a community on, you know, what are our priorities and where are we going to put that housing? And not only where are we going to put that housing, and I would presume that it would be in areas that have sewer and water in place, so we're not creating loads unnecessarily. But also, what about support services? What about grocery stores? What about a packy? What about a small post office? You know, the Vineyard, I don't know what their population is. I'm not comparing them directly to us, and certainly not the lacrosse team, either of them. But, you know, the idea of distributed services where there's grocery stores and there are other elements involved that are taking the load off of the community, I think are relevant to this type of a development. I'm not saying this particular development, but I think Stephen's on the right track here. But we as a community need to catch up. And in catching up, we would be looking at these types of distributed services, because if you figure there's 50,000 people on this island and they all go to the grocery store 3 times, that's 150,000 trips to the grocery store. And you know, that's just napkin math. Add the post office, add the bank, add the barber, add going to get sushi and ice cream. I mean, we need to, I think, begin to look at satellites. Probably touched a third rail there, but Nat, wasn't it worth it? Thank you.
Please do not encourage him. We've closed the public hearing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that this is early, but and again, I have a ton of respect for you, Stephen, but I think your best bet here, in all honesty, I just think with the temperature of the town and the community, as far as smaller lots and upzoning, downzoning, whatever you want to call it, I just think that this is a difficult one right now, and I can't support it personally, just because I can't agree with what it'll do to a neighborhood. So that's my problem with it.
Can I make a quick comment, Mr.
Yes, you
Chair?
can.
Yeah, I have a ton of respect also, but for the neighbors that we've heard
Oh, yeah,
from.
100%.
You know, and it's obviously, you know, the neighbors are going to be drastically affected by something like this.
Yep.
And, you know, I'm new to the board, but, you know, I feel for them, and I would not be able to support something that was so obviously not wanted.
Would you like to craft that into a motion, sir?
Can I just?
Oh,
Yeah, I just, when I first saw this, not seeing your site plan, but when I saw Mr. Murray's like kind of recommendation, I was like, all right, well, what would this be? And I started thinking of Tawati, and I thought about, what's the other one? Wasserman, and I started like, okay, these small little developments, but then as you start to zoom out, like they have offshoots, and I think that this would just have such an impact on Woodland and the area. I understand what he's doing. I will applaud you trying to do something like this, but right now I just don't think this is the right location for this. So then again, I think, you know, once you put sewer in there, this place is gonna be the Wild West. You're gonna have expansion and growth. It's gonna be, so I really just think this is gonna have bad consequences once it kind of gets started. I do love that you're gonna get rid of the Guacky junkyard. When my son says PFAS and blames the airport, I'm like, look at Guacky, because that image that Erica just made us look at, that's got problems, and I'm sure you could keep going all the way up to Ozell Road. So I just, I'm having a hard time kind of getting behind you. So,
may I make a motion, Mr.
Please
Chair?
do. It has to, the vote quantum included.
With vote quantum included, to take no action on this article.
Okay.
Is that the right one?
That's the motion you'd like to make, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second. That's a-
Motion made by John. Oh, I'm sorry.
I know the public hearing's closed, but I know she's gonna ask exactly what I'm about to ask you.
Okay.
On 44 Skyline, you made a motion not to adopt.
Oh, okay.
This, you just made a
I
motion
think-
to take no action. It's distinctly different in the sense,
To not to
in
adopt.
the sense that when you make a motion not to adopt, it cannot move forward again for another 2 years unless something about the proposal is substantively different. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a procedural
So
difference in
may
the
I
two.
revise my
Mhm.
motion then to make a motion not to adopt?
Yes.
And still the 50%.
And,
Yep.
Yep.
and I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, great. So motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Wait a little while.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That concludes our evening. I don't think we'll need the special meeting on the 18th, correct, Megan? Nope. Regular planning, next planning board is August 12th. Be a hybrid right here. I would end. Oh, yeah, thank you, everyone that came, except for Pat. Much appreciate all the
Bye.
comments, everyone. And you know I didn't mean that, Pat. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by John. Joe?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
He's gone.
Joke's on me.
Left you hanging.
Oh, that's, yes, thank you.
You're always having a very good night. This is like
Look at you
shot from
freezing
left
over there.
field.
It's like, you can hear it.
Well, that's what he said to me.
Yeah.
We need a plus department down jacket for you.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you never warned me about
That
this, Mr.
was
Chair.
long, but it wasn't as bad, wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be.